I would use the egregore model. That way, I can also keep up with the how what how much influence the so-called spirit has. So that's why I'll go get a link to that and post in the chat so other people can go over the models I use.
Okay, so let me respond quickly to what everyone said, and then we'll kind of build with Darth and everyone else, right? So distro. Okay, now shout out to Ang for giving us some definitions that we can mostly agree with, and then if there's extra flavors, we can kind of describe those definitional changes, right? But my question here is this, right? Like, what about God of the gaps, right? I don't mean whatever the layman believes the God of the gaps is, right? But so distro, you kind of perhaps I wasn't listening quite keenly, but what I got from when you mentioned a couple things is that what if a machine gets a generalized intelligence whereby they can reason, feel empathy, they can express the usual normie human emotions and reasoning capacity that is indistinguishable from us. And if they reach that point, I think you alluded to the point, well, this is actually a proof that God isn't necessary. Not necessarily that God doesn't exist, but God isn't necessary. So if that's the case, um, isn't that not just God of the gaps, right? But the atheist version in the sense that, well, look, the lack of evidence isn't necessarily the proof of evidence, right? Meaning, just because we are inept at sort of seeing beyond some kind of perspective is not really proof in itself of the lack of that perspective being relevant, right? And I know I'm using kind of, not necessarily precise, but terms that can, I can go around in circles and, escape all sorts of, being caught in certain traps, right? But I promise you that's not what I'm doing, right? Yeah, so Distro, and then we'll go to Darth Manko and Ike, and then also Hank. What's your thoughts on that aspect there? And go ahead, the floor is yours.
Is it me first?
Sí, sí, señor.
Okay, great. Okay, so understanding what you're saying in the sense that if the response I gave would equate to the God of gaps argument or fallacy, no, it wouldn't. Let me start by congratulating Hank on bringing uh, definitions. It's very important on this type of conversations, and I would like to add into that this concept from the Oxford Dictionary of the term spirit as such. It tells us an animating or vital principle, the material sentiment element. So fundamentally, what we see in the sense of how people understand the term spirit is, like I mentioned before, an umbrella term to refer to the animation, consciousness, behavioral, etc. Of us and other animals in that sense. So, from that perspective, grabbing the argument that you initially gave, Kaiso, of saying, okay, what if we are able to endow exactly the same structures, exactly the same elements that makes us humans to non-humans, and when we interact with this ones, it is in such a perfect synchronicity that then there's no distinction between that, shall we call it artificial, versus the non-artificial, and there's no way of making that distinction. Therefore, then I would argue that the concepts of spirit and everything that entails into that metaphorical use of that term, that umbrella term, then it that would actually indicate a major evidence that those elements do not originate from a god or from a supernatural realm, but it actually originates from a very natural, very explainable, methodological sense. So it isn't a god of the gaps. It is the action in itself is self evident. Therefore, by being self evident, it clearly eliminates the other possibility. I
Let
don't
me
know
ask
if
you a
I'm making
question,
myself clear.
right? If you died right now and you met someone claiming to be God, how would you know that's God? And also, I believe that God is not provable, because anytime an entity claims to be God, you could always have doubt. And also, when it comes to our own sort of limited knowledge, um, we have to now contend with whatever that means. But yeah, go ahead.
I'll take your argument and double it in that sense. What if we die and we meet this entity, and the entity tells us, "Hey, listen, I'm Ra," or "I'm Quetzalcoatl," or "I'm whatever other name it is," but it tells you, "Look, everybody else had it wrong. This guy's had it right." Then uh, you have a problem, because if then the entity tells you, "Wait, I wasn't Ra," and then appears and shows you 14,000 different forms of that god and tells you, "I'm all these gods," then everybody was right. Then you have to ask that god one simple question: the hell are you doing? You allowed 14,000 different gods to be named, and you're just one simple entity. Why couldn't you make things more simpler for us to understand? Then that,
Okay, so mhm.
yeah.
No, I actually disagree with that line of reasoning. The reason I say that is because if it is God, right? If God is, supreme and can reason at levels beyond us, then whatever is that we would reason with our limited brain just wouldn't even, make it into. Think about it, right? I have a cat, right? Actually, I have two cats, right? One of them disappeared, but I got two cats. Do you think the cats are thinking over there? All they know is, oh, okay, I want food from Kaiser. If not food, I want good food from Kaiser. So I'm just saying, like, if God is existent, it does exist, right? Then no matter how perfect or symmetrical God would have created the so-called evidence of a potential God, we would still argue with it because it's not. Remember, even if it's perfect in theory, in practical, there will be contradictions with how things present themselves or align themselves to reality, because reality is chaotic, right? So I have to disagree and kind of point out and say, even if things were so-called perfect theoretically, there will be a separation point between reality and the theoretical world of perfection. But yeah, before we go back to you, let's go ahead to Hank and then Darth. I know I said Darth then Hank before, but I think Hank wants to say something.
Yeah, I think the window's not going back through to YouTube, but these thoughts, so we can still talk about. But the issue I have is supernatural is not defined yet, so I don't know what clinical analyst means by supernatural. So there's like two standard definitions that I know of. One meaning the superset over the natural, which means all the natural would be contained in the supernatural, and another one just means doesn't exist. So it's just an empty set. So I need to know what I need them to define supernatural before I can engage. Because honestly, I don't believe in the supernatural. I think that we can have God to call it supernatural at all.
So let me cook you for a second, and then we'll go to Darth, and then also the new panelist Kidola. You say you don't believe in supernatural, right? What does that mean by belief, right? Because, and again, I'm not being Jordan Peterson, but if you take a cell phone to the past, right, niggas are going to think that you're a witch doctor, right? If you take modern medicine to the past, that again has, specific, I don't know, like antiseptics and all that shit. You start curing all the women there when they're kind of, giving birth and stuff, right? They'll think you're crazy ass witch doctor, right? So when you say supernatural, do you mean things that defy natural laws, aka science? And if that's the case, a sufficiently advanced civilization would be able to trick us, and I'm talking about all of us, not just the Dusties, that they are defying the laws of physics. Because if our understanding of laws of physics aren't adequate, which they're not, obviously, right? I'm sure there's pockets or spaces where people can manipulate dark matter or neutrinos and all these exotic matters, right? If that's the case, then they could sufficiently make it seem like they're doing magic. So I want you to contend with that. Then we'll move on to Darth.
Is that for me or a political analyst? Because I'll answer it real quick. So, if it can be understood by science, then I would define it as natural, anyways. But anything we could possibly observe or even think about, well, could possibly be understood by science. So, I pretty much just put everything that we could conceive of in the natural sense, anyway. So, if something's new we just don't know about yet, and it's possible to catch up, it was natural the whole time.
Okay, so you're right, Hank. I should have brought the definition into it. This is Merriam-Webster. The term I use, supernatural, one of or relating to an order of existing beyond the visible or observable universe, especially of or relating to God or a god, demigod, spirit, or devil. Two, departing from what is usual or normal, especially so as to appear to transcend the laws of nature. And yes, we can have and then that will take us to the whole definition into it. But I would also utilize, let me share the next screen real quickly. I would utilize the etymological sense of the word supernatural, if possible, could share this. All right, guys, if you could share the next screen I'm sharing.
I already shared it, man. You're behind.
Okay.
Backward.
Sorry. I was looking at the page. So, supernatural, early 11,500 or 15th century if you're using Gregorian. I quote, of or given by God, divine, heavenly, from medieval Latin supernaturalis, above or beyond, nature divine, from Latin super, above, natura, nature, originally of revelation, etc. The notion of being beyond or exceeding the powers or laws of nature, the association with gods, blah blah blah. So, can we? Are we satisfied with the explanation, or would you prefer another definition of supernatural? Can we agree on the basis of the definition of supernatural as is spoken in English?
Yeah, it's mostly okay. The only issue is they've kind of added in the necessary belief in a force outside of the event itself, but it's okay. Yeah. So I want Darth to go ahead and then Kidola. Go ahead, Darth. What's culminated from what you've heard so far?
What points have I been able to hang on to? I think you actually hit on most of them, but addressing the, I think it was, I don't remember who said it. Perhaps it was Ditso, the atheist in the room. I think, your propositions, I never actually heard you propose anything that would exclusively disprove God. Neither do they prove, but that's much more difficult than the proposals you were bringing up. It doesn't disprove anything. It just perhaps makes it perhaps disproves some claims of proof that some people or some religions have at best. But a lot of those claims are based in something that isn't ultimate, right? That is just sort of a belief in at lower levels. That's not the most articulate way to say what I was going to say, but that's what
actually
that's kind of the point that I was. That's the main point I wanted to make. Is I heard claims of such and such would provide disproof, and none of those seem to actually satisfy.
Okay, now shut out. Let's go to Kidola, then we'll come back to you guys and also Hank. Kidola, as a Nigerian African man, what kind of God do you believe in? Do you believe in Jesus, the white man? Do you believe in me, the greatest God of all, right? Kaizoran Empire? Or do you believe in your Yoruba, Orishas, and all these bitches that be out here controlling the river? The mic is yours if you are ready to contribute. Well, I guess God's got his tongue, so we'll come back to him when he's ready. I think his God is probably telling him, You must listen first. You don't want to make up. Oh, shout out to another sponsor of the stream quickly. We got Hank O'Flamel. Shout out to you for the $5 right? Guys, remember, every dollar you send to this channel helps Africa because to fight against Eurodollar imperialism, right? Because this money will go directly to the Kenyan Central Bank as a dollar, not as a Dusty shilling. So appreciate your support. You are a great host. You deserve more support. I appreciate it. I'm trying to do less Dusty shows for now. Again, I'm losing money, but you know what? I don't want to be accused of, guys, all you do is dust. Also, shout out to one man went to Mo for the £2. I disagree with Ike. You didn't even hear what Ike said, but shout out to you. Kidola, I think you're ready. I had someone say something earlier.
Yeah, I just wanted to question something real quickly in regards of a term we're utilizing, the term belief. How are we defining the word belief? I do have the particular particle definition. I'll start with the etymological, but let me just quickly show it. Belief, Middle English, believing, from Old English, believe upon, to have faith or confidence. Earlier, Galefa, Mercian, Galefa, Northumbrian, or Galician, West Saxon, from Proto-Germanic, Jaluvian, to believe, perhaps literally holier or valuable or satisfactory to love. Now, the meaning be persuaded of the truth of a doctrine, system, religion, etc. That's from the mid 1100s or 13th century if you use Gregorian. What I would argue is that the term belief as a dialectical tool is one of the weakest forms of dialectical construction. From an ontological sense, I would argue that we must, in this type of conversations, abandon completely and utterly the concepts of belief because they become a subjective, personal expression, and they do not help to
okay.
So
I agree, and shout out to you for the breakdown. So let us define belief, right? So normies, that's a great question, right? I guess your master, the white man, Jordan Peterson, is the reason why you came up with this. But that's great. So let's break down belief, right? And people can disagree or agree, and then we can kind of culminate, right? I think belief is the thing that you hold enough value to respect it across time by doing what you know is expedient or correct in good faith. Does anyone disagree with that argument?
Where's that definition from?
From my ass. I just made it up.
Kaizo, good morning, man. You know, Kaizo.
Go ahead, I can hear you, brother.
You know, I saw your title. What actually you talk about? Where is black man into this total package of what called religious something of it, right?
You guys have been cut by a white god called Jesus.
Yeah.
When I went to my aunt's house yesterday, I saw a big picture of Jesus. I literally felt like burning it, not because he was white, but because they worship it, right? And when I went to my grandmother's house, no, my grandfather's house, I took that picture of white Jesus and I put it to light, right? The maid was like, no, it's not right. They'll blame me. I was like, no, tell them Dr. K did this, right? Just I didn't want her to get in trouble, right? So, but you guys all over Africa believe in the white man as your god, right? Again, so for that Flanco Hank, and so we're having a multi level argument here. So hopefully everyone understands that. Yeah. But yeah, go ahead.
You see, this new religion they brought to the black people, right? I call it new religion, Islam and the Christianity. These religions were never really part of sub-Sahara Africans people type of religion. No matter how they want to spin it, they're Jewish. There's nothing like Jews that ever involve any skin black. What I mean, any skin black. Really, Ethiopia, for me, that part of Ethiopia that I believe is something that I'm not going to that place at all. all the way from West Africa to East Africa down to South Africa. The sub-Saharan that came from those zones, they're nothing like Jesus Christ. They're nothing like Muhammad to them. You see, it's good that they can produce anything in the as things in the internet that you can Google and start reading, and you start seeing baby grammar, definition of all kind of theological kind of beliefs that they want to throw you part to the black man. It's all part of the what the white man brought during the slave trade and the colonization of the black people. First of all, when you take somebody else's religion, you almost conquering them, because that's a sign of defeat. That's a sign of defeat. So when I defeat you, you start worshiping my God, which works because that defeat the Africans. And the Africans, because the machine, whatever they brought out, the weapons they used at that time, the Africans have never saw or seen such a weapon in their life before. Because the Africans fought with what at those days, things, something bow, hammer, sharp knife, spear, sword. It's still the same military techniques. They use it to run around, circle, and move around. What I mean, the military tactics they ever used with the weapons the white man brought. The Africans were terrified with those weapons. So when you have a trauma of such a weapon that you're fighting people, but out of the blue, you see 5 or 10 of your comrades, they all die at the same time. Not about one down, the other one down. The Africans already understand what we call the meaning of casualties in battle, but not the amount of casualties they were suffering for the white man weapons that they brought. From there, the Africans already looking ahead to what kind of religion is this? Who is their God? Then the white man just table down Jesus Christ to them. This is it. This is the God of God, by the son called Jesus Christ. You have not look, once you be defeated. The white man never worship anything called Christianity. They worship the earth, the God, those that worship the earth worship the earth. Those that worship the sun, the sea, and the snake, and the lion, and the crocodile. You understand me? That's what they were worshiping. So we should not be reading a page from a Google website describing our kind of type of religion. This religion never really connected to us. This religion we see now is a religion of defeat. The Islam used it to defeat us also. The white man came and used it. Before the white man came, the white man have already studied what the jihadists have already done. You understand? The same playbook they used, they by saying, my God is far more superior than the other one. That's what they did. But who suffered it? All the black race suffered it. Because this religion never come with kiss. This religion never come with honey. This religion never come with bread. The way the two religions came is massacre, genocide. You understand me? So we should not be thinking about that we were Jews. We were never Jews. You are a fucking Negro who worship the God of the soil, the God of the fruit, and the God of the sun, crocodile, and snake. You understand me? That's their God. When they have all this harvest, what you saw about harvest now, they thank the gods they were worshiping for good harvest and good everything. That's what they were doing. You understand me? So I just say black man have to wear suit, be preaching about I saw Holy Spirit, I saw this. They just lie to themselves. You understand me? Even these feel good pastors, the new ones that just came now, before the Catholic Church brought slave trade anyway. The Catholic Church brought slave trade. Even the new religion they brought, they call the feel good ones, the prosperity ones. That one also come from United States also. That religion of God will bless you with 10 million. You'll be looking good. My God is not a poor God. I pray God to get Mercedes. I bought a Mercedes. This ones that came not too long, inside 1970 something, this kind of feel good ones pump their head out. You understand me? From United States, people like the Robert, Osborne, and all these guys, they brought this feel good religion. Then what happened? The West African people pick it down to the East Africa. Then from the East Africa, they take it down to the South Africa. If actually black people worship this so-called Jesus Christ, they mention his name, you would have seen picture, you would have seen the way when they came to Africa, you would have been hearing Jesus Christ for their mouth. Even before they accept Jesus Christ, they already be killed. They force them to accept the religion because then they would, okay, you people are now human beings. They never see them as, the white people never see us as human beings. So all this, reading this book on Google, I think we're just deceiving ourselves that Google will give you all something that being written down by people who want to deceive us. How do you think the black Americans are heavily deceived? That they not call themselves Hebrew Israelite, they're reading something, prison religion. All this so-called religion, so United States now, you see now United States, these are all prison religions. Oh, I'm Hebrew, I'm Moors, I'm this. How can you as a black man claiming the religion of a god of Morocco?
Man, you was cooking, man. You was cooking. Like what you were saying at the beginning. Oh man, that was so good, bro. But then somehow you had to turn it around to go start attacking what other people believe. You understand what I'm saying? And you know it's going to be a cause of tension and controversy when you say, when you bring up number one, Black American, number two, Hebrew Israelites, number three, Moors. When you bring up that type of stuff, you know it's going to be controversial. And you understand? And but I
No,
just wanted to bring that out. But
hold on. Not about anything that I said that is wrong. Your history as a dark-skinned people in United States is 600 years old, or 500 years old, 400 years old. If the white man have to show you the picture of black people when they came to Africa, I rather say 15 something, 16 something, even 14 something, 52 or 1472. When the Portuguese came first, there was nothing like religion.
Let's let Maafa do his exegesis, and then we'll go around as well.
So what I'm trying to say, give me just 2 seconds. What I'm trying to say is that this new religion that pump out now, all the way from United States, the feel good ones to the Hebrew Israelite ones. So what you see now, the Moors, these are all fake. These are prison religions.
Okay.
So can I intercede real quickly?
Let's let Maafa Rose first because he hasn't given his thing. Then you can go afterwards.
Sure.
Go ahead.
I need to respond to political analysts still, so I'll go after Mafia Rose, but respond to political analysts.
Okay, but yeah, Maafa Rose, go ahead. Give your introduction point. What do you think of the conversation over there, if you want to, right?
well, I appreciate that. Yeah, but no, I just wanted to jump into what the brother was saying. I can't remember. I can't see his name because I'm driving right now. And so I just wanted to. I'm sorry. I'm I've been up
It's
all
okay.
night. I haven't gotten no sleep, so that's
Oh, you've been
basically
picking
where I'm
cotton
at.
all
So,
night. Yeah, sorry, man.
yeah, I've been driving all night. So as far as the concept of God, right? So I think all of us got it mixed up, whether we are here in the United States or in Africa, because the concepts that we have today is not the concepts that we have today is not even necessarily well depending on where you get your knowledge from. So I don't want to put to make broad assertions, but our history have been interrupted by many different things. It was not just slavery or white people. Our history have been interrupted just by things that was happening in Africa, that was happening. There's a lot of things that interrupted a lot of the way we thought in our conscious or the way we thought consciously. So how you guys was talking about God, that word God, like who gave us that word and that concept? Because if you really think about it, like look how we think about the word God. So like we have this sky daddy thing going on. where none of us could really define what we mean by God. So there was somebody said that they was atheists earlier. So I'm assuming that person means that they don't believe in God. But I think I think what that person is or saying, or many atheist people when they say that, I think what they're saying is they're rejecting the Christian concept of God, and a lot of the things that we get passed down to us come from that Christian world, which was not even it was not even faithful to the text where they got their religion from. Because the people who gave us our religion coming out of the Vatican and the Christendom, meaning the Christian kingdom, because that's what it was. That brother who was talking earlier, he was absolutely correct. That's how the religions work. Even with even during the time of the Israelites. If you notice, so you like, for example, our word God. So the Hebrew Israelites, they use that word, the Hebrew word Al or Allah, or Elah, or there's different sound variations, but it basically means the same thing. But then so when you read in the Bible in the original language, God is called Allah, but then God is telling the children of Israel not to go worship the other Allahs. So the whole concept, so the way those people thought back in the days, that if you look at the Hebrew Bible, but from an original, the Hebrew context, which was very concrete, it's very similar to the way African spirituality is today. It's not monotheist, like with one God. What's the other word? It's many gods in there, but people are not
Yeah, polytheist.
seeing that. Polytheist,
Polytheist.
right? So when they thought about something like, for example, when they named their kids, they would name their kids a certain name, but then when you read in the Bible, that kid somehow, it's like the name is given before the person even fulfills the name. But then I noticed that exact same thing in Africa, in all over Africa, where people, I saw a video of a guy saying his name, and his name was long as hell. It was like Papa Chapa, whatever he was saying, it was long as hell. But it was a sentence, like the family was given the power, like given that power through that word, basically saying like, okay, boom, this is who you are, and so this person's spirit is supposed to fulfill that. So the 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 the, the and I'm sorry, I don't want to go off on a limb here and saw myself off of a limb, because I know I'm doing a lot of talking. Anybody who want to jump in, they could jump in, because
Yeah, I'll jump in right now. So I
yeah.
see another issue. So psychological states, like believe, is problematic. So that's why people can affirm or deny. So we just go based on behavior and statements instead. That will make things much less murky. So that's my response to political analysts. If we go on behavior and explicit on affirmations, confirmations, and denials, then that's just streamline the process, because we don't have the tools to analyze someone's psychological state, but we can take a picture and see what they're interacting with.
So, actually, Hank, that's very important, and I would like to reel this back to the initial point of conversation, which was at the point we were speaking about the term belief. And actually, someone said something important, because it also denotes that we have to expand the understanding of that concept that we are saying in English as belief, which is adding, for example, The word for belief in Aramaic, if I'm not incorrect, is Haman. Well, an anglicized concept of it. And basically, the word Haman in Aramaic means to entrust in one's heart. That is the rough translation that one can give to that word. And if we go to Hebrew, please correct me if I'm wrong on this one, because I do have to refresh on my Hebrew. But the word for belief in Hebrew is tovo, which has a very similar definition, which is to entrust oneself to a god or supernatural, whatever definition we want to go into that concept. The same thing with creencia, which is in Spanish, comes from the word credere in Latin, which is basically to sit in one's heart, or can also be known as to deposit one trust in that sense. So what's interesting is that even if we grab the definitions in different languages, we are seeing a standardization of that concept throughout history and throughout the elements of history and linguistics in that sense. Now, Kaisharon brought up a definition which, if he be kind to repeat it, because I did not understand it, so I would like to understand what element is he bringing on the table.
You're referring to belief, right?
Yeah, the word belief.
So let me define belief. Belief is what you put stake in across multiple time and spatial elements. Across time and space, you put in a stake that is similar to what we would call the Wall Street right now, right? And you act on it. That's what I'll consider belief.
Would you agree to, for the arguments and the conversation, to establish that the concept of belief is to entrust something regardless of anything beyond it? So can we perhaps synthesize that this general notion of what belief is into that concept, or would you like to expand on it?
No. So I'm not going to dirtify my definition by bringing in normies into it, right? Belief is simple. It's across time and across space. What do you put a stake in on what you? Let me simplify it for normies, right? If I ask you right now, Ditso, are you willing to believe in your government to give you a good job right now?
Hell no.
Exactly.
Hell no.
No.
Right?
Hell no.
Yeah. So belief is being able to put a stake that you value and hold on to on things across time. If you can't do that, then you don't believe in it.
Kazu, because Kazu, I like to speak more on the lame terms. This
Go ahead.
PhD degree of theological, PhD degree of reading about British dictionary, British kind of Henry the Fourth kind of way of analyzing things. This Latino guy, for me, it baffled me how he want to always argue things on a very kind of like high intellectual way of analyzing something that actually not supposed to be analyzed in such a high intellectual way. You start me. Let me give us an example. You talk about belief. Belief is something you trust. You trust yourself into. I trust myself into. There's water there. That's what my God is. You start me. Because we get the whole thing. Government is one of them. You know, no matter whatever they do. But in a religious aspect, if you want to start driving it, because he's kind of quoting about Spanish, start quoting about Jewish, start quoting about look, let me tell you something. You miss, boy. I want to tell you something right now. You say you miss with native and Negro. You know your native Bible was being killed by the Spanish to throw that Bible to your people.
Kidola, if you have something,
don't tell me any damn shit. I'm telling you right
Kidola,
now. Your intellectual way of
if you have an intellectual contestation in regards of what we were,
you want to speak baby grammar here. You want to
Kidola,
do this? Why you are irritating me? I'm also telling you the truth that what you try to talk about the Jewish, which were not Jewish, you are a damn native, dusty native, wherever you're coming from in that dusty land in South America. Your other side of yours is a Negro that they forced the religion into his side. Why are you analyzing things that are not supposed to be analyzed in any way? That your ancestors,
Kidola, if you don't have
but we're being killed for this nonsense. Now you want to, oh,
Kidola, if you don't have a contest,
hold on, Professor. Oh, will you do this? Will you check this? There's nothing like Jewish in the Negro's mind. Not like Jewish in the Negro's mind. Don't quote anything here that doesn't mean nothing. Your people will never be seen as a human being until you believe in that Jesus Christ, the Spanish
Kidola,
if you don't have the other side of your family they brought from Africa will never even see as a human being because they said
Kidola,
they know even human
Kidola, I'm gonna stop you right there. I'm gonna stop you right there.
Hold on. Why
one moment.
The Bible, like if you're quoting Bensi, if you're reading biology, if you're quoting physiology, if you're quoting kinesiology, anything that have to do with all these things, you're supposed to analyze. Okay, this religion was never good for us. Part of your ancestor was being killed. The other Negro will be forced to bear Toby when his name was even called Kunte, and you will force the Bible. Both of them force the Bible to there. You want to explain what Henry the Fourth, whatever they quote in their something, you read it about Jewish, call it this, that call it this. Your people never really analyze their own religion. They just believe in it. They trust on it.
Kidola, two things. If you don't have a contestant or intellectual contestant on
there's nothing like intellectual contest.
Can you I let you talk. Let me talk. Have respect. Kidola, your problem, Kidola, your problem is you tend to run a lot your words, but then you take the conversation to areas we're not talking. Kidola, let me talk for crying out loud.
You want to analyze something. You want to analyze something like if you're analyzing medicine, if you're analyzing the anatomy and philosophical part of the human body. You understand me? That you have to reasons why
I'm gonna agree with political analysts. I got lost.
I got lost too. I got lost. Kidola, stop talking for a second and let somebody else talk.
When I see this guy speak,
Kaiso, can you please mute Kidola for a moment?
Because you read it. Have you ever studied this Bible of it? Have you ever studied theology? Do you ever study theology in the school? Who wrote theology? The Latin people. The British took it over when they started forming what they call the Protestants.
I just talk over him. So, political analyst, since you're an atheist, I have a challenge for you. So, pretty much.
Sorry, can I answer Kidola because he has not allowed me to answer? I apologize.
Go ahead and answer Kidola.
Honestly, Kidola, you lost me in your rant completely. Number one, if you have a contestant in regards of what we were discussing regarding the word belief, please bring it up with your source, with your evidence. I consider that the board. Hold on, Kidola, mute yourself. Now, that being said, I consider
one second. So shut up. We gotta respect the money, right? Let me copy Taylor. Get the money. Nah, screw that shit, man. Shout out to Ike Ogiamen, the biggest slave trader of the Ogiamen dynasty with a $50 massive. This is gonna help me out. I'm moving house, right, guys? As I said, I'm divorced now, so I'm moving house next month. This definitely goes towards my moving house fund. Shout out to Ike. Penis is God. Yeah, go ahead, Distro. And then also I do want to bring in Asiatic Lion and then Hank afterwards, right?
Of course.
Go ahead.
So you made no sense whatsoever on your right. Right now, the line of conversation is that we agreed upon a definition of the term belief. I brought into collision that somebody in the comments said, well, we should also bring in Aramaic or different languages of the Arab Muslim world, etc. And I did so to evidence that there was a standardization of that concept of what was to believe, that we have translated to English, Spanish, etc. That being said, your Rasta contestant made no sense and did not give any other elements towards the conversation. Whatever beef you have with me, it's your problem, not mine. I will not. I'm not gonna respond right now to Armenians.
Look.
Hold on, Kidola, before you interrupt.
Guys, please don't give me some
Before
space.
you
Take
interrupt,
your time.
Kidola.
Because this man here, I understand he tried to everything, he tried to analyze it into some kind of high intellectual way of analysis. You understand me? I said,
Bro,
I did more.
Kidola, I did not spend
look,
20 years of my life studying in the universities to then be
be
diminished by somebody who has anti-intellectual position.
Hold on.
No, you've spoken enough, Kidola. You've spoken. Let's concentrate the conversation back to what we were speaking of. If you don't have the intellectual capability of controlling your emotions, then go.
What do you think I was cutting the tree somewhere in the jungle of Africa? That I didn't even go to the door of a school what the white man brought, or I didn't even study. Let's say the higher standard of it alone. I even studied a foreign language also, which called European language also, up to standard of university level. You understand me?
Good.
I'm telling you right now.
Then show it.
So what by showing it? Because you have to
show it by
not
diverting the conversation. Let's speak about belief. What have we said about the word belief is wrong right now for you?
Don't analyze anything that does not have the capacity to be analyzed, something that it have to be. Let me put it to that level, because there you're not making mock out of yourself. You see what Kaizo did? Kaizo just explained to you. He explained to you first what believe, then now to entrust. You entrust your government.
So you're telling me
you want to take it.
You're telling me that me bringing etymological definition in the word English is wrong?
Your analyzation look almost like, when you analyze.
Kidola, you're talking trash right now. You're talking bullshit.
Trash. You're talking trash.
Yes, Kidola, you are talking.
You're talking trash. You're talking trash.
You're talking trash. You're showing yourself to be a fool, Kidola.
Your sense of
I agree with
your sense of analyzation irritates me.
I don't give a damn about what irritates you. If you cannot have an intellectual conversation, you're making a fool of yourself.
You're making a fool of yourself. You want to be the Roman that write the Bible.
I don't care, Kidola.
You want to be the Jewish people that write the Quran.
If you don't like the word,
man, you are crazy, man. Your history is a Negro.
Yes, I'm crazy. You got it.
Your history is a fucking
irrelevant, Kidola. That's not what we're speaking about.
You are nothing. You are fucking nothing. Stop.
Kidola, you're showing your true colors.
Is this what you studied 20 years? Is this what you studied 20 years?
I'm not going to respond to your Armenians. You're just showing to yourself to be a fool.
Is this what you studied 20
You're
years?
showing to be yourself a fool. Stop talking.
You are a fool. You always come
Stop talking. Breathe.
To talk nonsense.
Control your emotions, Kidola.
Go and be worship your ego that your people worship. Go and worship your ego.
Dude, you're not making any sense. Stop ranting. Stop ranting, Kidola. Stop ranting.
Keep ranting.
Man, you are fucking crazy, man. Everything you want to talk intellectually when you are not even to that level. You understand me? Oh, this, that, this. Your fucking ancestors are worshiping the egos.
You had the qualifications to give me that diagnosis over the internet.
Your fucking ancestors were worshiping the egos.
Blah, Kidola.
What you Google here is being written by the white man. What you Google in this Google is being written by the white man. Go and ask your ancestors.
I prefer DuckDuckGo. Thank you. That's why I want Google.
Go and ask your ancestors about the egos that they worship, about the fact that
instead.
Nonsense. Come here with about nonsense here.
There's one thing.
You jack shit.
Kidola, there's one thing I admire. I admire of you.
What do you study? I want to know.
There's one thing I admire of you.
What is your
Kidola, shut up for a moment. I'm going to say something somewhat positive of you.
No,
there's one thing I admire of you. Your capability of ranting with.
You want to be black
Kidola,
America.
shut up.
You came in here.
Shut the hell up for a moment.
You fucking fake bastard. You retain
Kidola doesn't need to stop to breathe.
Exactly. That was my point. Thank you.
No,
it's incredible. He has such a capability of ranting without breathing that I'm doubting if he's human, man.
You're fucking confused. You're a confused human being. You're a fucking confused human being.
You have such a
Come here,
such
talking
a
about,
long capacity.
you quoted
Kidola,
the
you have such a long capacity. I admire you.
No, hold on.
Good for your long capacity. Now, can we return to the
if there's a
conversation in
Jewish
hand,
person here now,
or are you gonna continue to
hold on,
relaying the
motherfucker.
conversation?
You see, sometimes you want to prove
Kidola,
smart, right?
you have such a
No,
great long capacity.
you went to school.
I applaud you.
Tell me your school.
I hope
When you
that you
came here, you said
continue
you're black
being such a
American. Black
healthy
American shut you
individual.
down. Anytime you open your mouth, I don't want to hear from you anymore.
I don't care.
Ooh.
You'll hear from me whenever I want you
Bastard,
to
man.
hear from me.
You came
I
here
don't give a
I
damn
don't
about your
belong to those states.
authoritarianism.
That means they get to dominate you.
You were even dragging black Americans again. You were even dragging your race as black Americans than even the black Americans.
So, what do you believe in?
We have more money than you, so we own you.
Motherfucker,
Idola.
And
you
let's
came here,
not
you talk nonsense.
let's not
You talk
engage on that.
nonsense. You always want
Kidola,
to want to show you have high IQ. Why your IQ is very low.
No, Kaiser
your
go ahead.
long capacity is beautiful, Kidola. I admire your long capacity. I hope you live a long and healthy life with those lungs.
I want to know
I
what
hope
you
you
studied.
breathe more air.
Is that your fucking space? What you studied there? Is that your fucking space? What is your standard of education?
Are you gonna allow anybody else to talk, Kidola, or this is the Kidola show?
You say in one corner they're hungry.
Hold on. Is this the Kidola show? Is this the Kidola show? Is this the Kidola show? Kaiso, I think it's time to kick him out.
Stop making nonsense. Go eat your tortillas. Come here, you always talk nonsense out of your mouth here, you fucking asshole.
Yeah,
Okay,
well, one
so-
second, guys. Let me shout out to the sponsor of the stream quickly, and shout out to everyone that's donated or shared the stream. We got One Man Went to Mo. Shout out to you with 2 massive pounds. Appreciate your support. We got Hank.
Damn.
Kick me out with 50 euro. Kick me out with 50 euro. I'm ready to leave. Kick me out with 50 euro.
We got.
Look at him.
We got.
Fake black. He's not even a real black. Look at him. Fucking fake. Huh? You're not Indian. You're not white. You're not black.
We were both black.
Kidola, I'm impressed with your long capacity. It's incredible. You have a wonderful long capacity, man, but it's not connected to your brain, man. Your long capacity is not connected to your brain. That's definite.
I will sit you with the white man that write that everything you're reading. You even
Kidola,
you want to prove you're far more intelligent than the white man that wrote it, that have all these things in the Google.
Your capability of ranting and not making sense is just like many politicians out there.
You want to raise yourself.
Kidola, have you thought about a career in politics? Because you would make a wonderful politician, traditional politician.
No, if I put you now with the white man that write everything you Google in, you will be showing that no, I'm smarter than you. You that even wrote these things. That's what I say you.
Does the panel agree that Kidola can be a perfect politician? He has the capability of ranting without making any sense whatsoever.
No, I disagree because I can't understand him. So he won't be that good with the politician unless he communicates better.
Yeah, one second, guys. Let's squash the beef a little bit. I have to respect the super chatters, right? They keep us here live and daily. We got One Man Went to Mo. Shout out to you for the £2. I disagree with Ike. Shout out to you, my brother. We got Hank Oflamio with the $5. Shout out to you. You are a great host. You deserve more support. I appreciate that, my brother. Also, we got Ike Ogiamian, the biggest slave trading Nigra, right, on the the Benin Empire, right, same place from Kidola. $50. Penis is God. I agree with you, right?
Kazo, ask Ogame if his father ever analyzed what they're analyzing. Ask Ogame. Ogame came from the same territory. About all these gods, about all these Africans, all these African gods that they take it on that level. Ask him if they ever analyze what this is saying. We all watch. If his own father is a powerful man in that Benin kingdom, worship all the gods there. He will tell you his father never known to about Jesus Christ. These black Americans that they took to United States, they called him Hebrew Israelites, they're just the same thing, kneeling down, worshiping that is also. That's what.
Yeah.
And all this rant happens because we were talking about the word belief, and suddenly Mr. Kidola felt insulted or something. And he has not explained what the meaning of word belief is.
Let me finish, then we'll let Tunaja, then you guys can continue cooking. So you've also got Ja Nzola, right? My brother from Black America, claims he's a Gula Gitri, right? A real African, not this admix people. For the $20, I really appreciate your support. Then we've also got Rose of Ma'afa. Shout out to you for joining the panel earlier. I think it does got too much for you. You had to go close your eyes, but I do appreciate the support as well from you. So let's move on to Niger, right? The Nigerian stuck in the UK because he's waiting for his papers. Go ahead, brother. What do you think of the conversation so far? Go from wherever you've heard and or think. The mic is yours. Also, do you want me to dual stream this to your channel? Yay or nay? The mic is yours. You can't speak, my brother. Eh? What's happening? Your cat got your tongue. I can't hear you. You have muted yourself. We can't hear you. Unless you are a fake man.
Asiatic
Okay,
lion?
something's wrong with Niger for some reason.
Weird. My mic was weird.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do you want me to stream on your account as well, yeah? Or no?
Yeah.
Say
You
that.
can. Yeah, I think
Good question.
it's fine. Yeah, it's a good topic.
So go ahead.
I
The mic is yours.
The idea. Are you debating the idea of God, religion, or what is it about? Because the last
All
time
of it. We're talking about the nature of reality, the nature of God, the nature of truths. Where do you stand? Also, the nature of a white God, and all those things. Whatever you can think in that in nature. Go ahead, my brother. Also, did you finally get your papers? Could you be coming to Nigeria or not? Go ahead, brother.
I don't know whether they've cleared.
Also, to Nigeria, remember, I'm no longer a criminal, by the way. To Nigeria, I am now a free man. Let you know.
I see. Now that they've removed it from the watch list. I see. Okay, it's not good. You can fly now. But your country, I must say, your country is not. It's on the news lately. I think Kenya. I don't know how you feel about what's happening in your country. You guys are not having it because of tax. But that said, regarding the topic of God and all the rest of it, obviously the white God is nonsense. That's completely nonsense. The idea behind that there is no creator too is also nonsense. I don't understand. I think if you look at the way atheists look at the world, what they are disagreeing with is that there is no, magic man, in the clouds telling us what to do. That is what they are generally against. They don't like the idea that there is a mind, God, a God based on the mind. But they don't dispute the idea that there is a creator. There is something out there that is responsible for everything that exists. So the truth is that there is something. You can pretend as if you don't believe it, but you didn't create yourself. And even if you did, you are not aware of it. And even if you did, then you are your creator. So there has to be something. I believe that God should be defined like that. That way it simplifies the whole argument. And I also think that religious people are a little bit arrogant to an extent. It's one thing to surmise that you didn't create yourself, that there is a creator. Then you move from there and start describing the nature of the creator and saying, oh, there is a heaven. What proof have you got there is a heaven? What proof have you got that the creator is coming back? You don't have anything. So I think there is a bit of a corruption of the ideas of understanding of reality that is going on both sides. If you ask me, the people that are closest to the truth, if I'm trying to be objective based on, I guess, my bias, are the scientists, the philosophers, those people that actually take the time to think about the realities that they exist in. The scientists actually try to study the only thing they know in this life. In this, our reality is the physical world. That's all that has been exposed to us. And the tools that the creator or our maker has given us to examine it is as close as possible to any religious devotion, any religion can claim. Because many of them go on to claim things that are fantastical without proof. So from that point of view, I think that I think they call them physicalists, or those people that believe in the world that we see now, are more in line with the truth than all these people that just make up stuff. You just make up stuff that there is heaven somewhere. The creator is coming. But you can't make up the fact that you didn't create yourself. You know full well that the world exists. And we know there is something going on. So something has to be responsible for that. So there has to be a creator. There's an evidence for that we exist. So if you look at it objectively, even philosophically, that's a truth. And the same thing that I look at with scientists, because the scientists have empirical evidence for what they are talking about. They measure it, it's repeatable, and if they can get it, it can be scalable. So I think those people are on the right path. They are not making stuff up. They are actually embracing the very, want of a better word, the very creator's fingerprint. So, but I just think that in the end, both sides have got some, they are losing some parts, and I'm sure I'm wrong in some aspects of what I just.
Okay, so Tanaja, you spent 6 minutes saying nothing. So let me ask you a very precise question, right? Do you believe in God?
There's a creator, yes.
As a person, a consciousness, an identity, an idea, what does belief mean to you?
The moment you start ascribing it into it, that's where you start getting it wrong, because you don't know. You don't know.
No, but if you say you don't know, then you can't get it wrong. You see what I'm saying to Niger? Why are you contradicting?
If you don't know, you can get it wrong. That's you just created.
No, if you don't know, then you don't know, and then you can't be wrong. You see what I'm saying to Niger? You're contradicting your own
if
self.
you don't know, you stand a chance of getting it wrong. That's what I said. The chance of getting it wrong has just started increasing exponentially.
No, Tanaja, listen to logic, right? If you don't know, then you say I'm an agnostic. I don't know. That's also an answer.
No, I believe that there's a God. But the moment you start ascribing a nature to it,
I get it. I trust me. I understand what you're saying tonight. I'm just saying, if you say you don't know and you're agnostic, but you think there's a God, then you can't be wrong, right? Because you haven't made a definitive claim. But yeah, we'll come back to you later on. Shout out to you for your point of view. We're gonna move on to Mannheim, my Hebrew Israelite, my black brother over there. The mic is yours. Go ahead. And again, guys, support Black and African media. If you want us to see here every day, send a super chat, support us. As I said, I'm moving my house. I'm going to need some money to move house, but it's fine. Let's go ahead. Let's get it. Go ahead, Mannheim.
Nice to talk to you again, Gerson. You guys. For a start, let's get one thing straight. Jesus is not coming back. And no one should be fooled that someday Jesus is coming back. That's never going to happen. And religion, the earthly religions as they are today, are basically mostly man-made cultures. Has nothing to do with God. It's not related to God. Because if it does, we have noticed that religion has evolved over time. And as the people become wiser and society changes, religion has also moved with it and has changed. So we can assume that therefore it cannot be from God because God does not change. If we follow the religious way of thinking that God is is immortal, cannot be changed, it can never change. His ways are the same as the laws of nature are, but religion and all society keep changing. In my view, there is a creator, quite all right, but that creator has nothing to do with earthly religions. And in my view, nobody has heard from this creator directly. And any pastor, anybody who comes and tells you that, oh, they have a telephone line to God, God told me to tell you you're going to marry this person, God told me to prophesy you're going to have this, all is a scam. Nobody. This creator, I am very certain we don't know his name or her name. Whatever this creator is, whether it's an energy, whether it's what kind of being this creator is, we have never heard the name of this creator. We have never heard of it. Why do I say this? Because when we look at only in our galaxy alone, there is more than 500 billion planets. And we know that as the laws of physics, the law of physics applies to everywhere in the universe. So therefore, if life has evolved here, it is certainly that we are not alone. Even in our own galaxy alone, talk less of the billions of galaxies. Even major scientists have begun to agree that it is impossible that we are alone. So if Jesus died in this planet, then who died in the other one? And when God said, let us make man in our own image, what do you mean by us? Because a single entity will not be talking about us. And if you read the Bible, like in the book of Ezekiel, the way it described the coming, the way God came down from heaven, it's describing a spacecraft. It is a pure definition of a spacecraft with dimension and noise and everything. It's a pure dimension of a spacecraft. So what if what we are talking here, those who came before were aliens or people from different planets or different galaxies, but not the creator himself? Because the way I see it, God, the way God created this universe operated in time. God has to live outside of time. If God is to operate in this sphere that we are, then God has to operate within time, that will make him not God. He has to live outside of time. And I do not believe that no matter how much you pray, it's going to change anything. Because in my view, God does not interfere into the activities of man, into the activities of mortal. The supreme being does not interfere. If he did, we will not be seeing children being raped, children being murdered. We will not be seeing the rich getting richer and the poor getting poorer. You see a street, one side they have mansions with billions. The next corner of the street, people are dying of hunger. And those who pray more are the poorest. And I do not believe, even the universe, even in this earth where we live, the hurricanes are trying to kill us. Everything about nature, the river, the siphon, the tornadoes, everything is trying to kill us. God is not sitting bothering, oh, what's going to happen to these people today? I just think that everything has been, the Creator has set the universe in motion, and he's just playing what it's supposed to play, his game. And I don't think he has anything to do with it. It doesn't interfere. Everything is left for humans to manage their own life affairs. God does not interfere, regardless of how much you pray, and nothing is going to change unless you do something about it personally. And this is why you see the whole world is moving forward, but Africans are still stuck in the past, because we, instead of praying, instead of working hard to make sure to achieve things physically, they are attributing everything to the spiritual. They are attributing
Hold it.
everything to
I'm
God.
going to stop you because we're in a contradiction. You say nothing's going to change, but saying everything changes over time. We're at contradiction.
No. You have to specific what I mean.
That's true.
When I say nothing is going to change, I'm referring to, like, okay, I want to pray that God should give me money. I want to pray that God should give me food. I want to pray that God should give me good roads. I want to pray that God should do something. Yes, those things will not change. You have to do it practical. Those require practical applications. When I mean change, religion is changed as a matter of philosophy over time. That is a fact. That's different from my personal needs of what I want God to do for me. It's never going to happen.
I
Those are
want to
the
ask one question real quickly
yes.
to both Niger and Mannheim. In your arguments, is existence the vital point for the existence of God?
You're referring to human or every creation?
Existence.
Of humans?
Doesn't matter. Existence.
So you say, okay.
I'm asking if the concept of existence is ontologically the only base argument that you have for then.
Wait 1 second. So you got to define what ontological means, right? We got a diverse set of listeners. What is ontological?
Ontological is basically the branch of metaphysics dealing with nature of being, showing the relations between the concepts and categories in a subject area of domain. That is the base explanation. Ontological means ontological means the study of concepts to make it in the most simplest meaning possible. Do we agree with that meaning, or is there somebody else that wants to bring
fundamental shit to do with God and existence? Yeah, we agree with that. But just before you continue, guys, we have to let Asiatic Lion. He's not given his intro statement yet. So Asiatic Lion, are you ready? What's your thoughts on the conversation so far? Start from menu, either conceptually or if you're going to go to the Arab-Hamic faith, the mic is yours. And again, guys, I appreciate the support so far. So keep it coming. Go ahead, Asiatic Lion.
Interesting conversation. Peace to the panel. Peace, Kaizo. Peace to the esteemed gentlemen of the panel. Great conversation. I wanted to comment on the context. I know it's a sensitive conversation. I heard what the brother had to say a second ago. I know it's a sensitive conversation, but I want to comment on the context of it. I think as far as the Abrahamic religions are concerned, I think that the text have to be put in a different context nowadays because we have access to so much information. I would point out the work of Dr. Dr. Jeff Rose, who is a archaeologist, but he leans more towards an archaeogenetic studies. The papers that he write are more archaeogenetic. But he has an interesting phrase that he uses. It's his nomenclature. It's the Afro-Arabian Nubian complex, and I think that when we look at the geography of the Bible or Torah and the Quran, we need to shift it into what Jeff Rose calls the Afro-Arabian Nubian complex, because then it makes a lot more sense, especially when we look at the story of Moses. And I know a lot of people don't believe in Moses, but when we look at the story of Moses and the directionality allegedly that he came into Egypt on was from the area of Nubia, even when we look at the biblical narrative. But when we look at the archaeological data of Jeff Rose, we see an ancient complex that's called an Afro-Arabian Nubian complex that encompasses the Arabian Peninsula all the way up into areas of Syria and then back into the Nile Valley of Africa. And this is all technology that was shared, mostly arrowheads, but the bi-directional core, the arrowheads, basically, to say it simply, in the papers they call it cores, but it makes it all African. I believe that that's the context that the Torah and the Quran must begin to be discussed in. What Jeff Rose, not to come with just my own, I know brothers get passionate, but not to come with my own feelings and emotions, to come with some archaeological data and genetic data, Dr. Jeff Rose. And this is a white guy, but he is a white guy that many would probably call a blackologist, because he distinctly places the Arabian Peninsula into Afro-Arabian Nubian complex that encompasses Nile Valley as well as Arabia, Horn of Africa. There was a shared population, and he deals with the genetic issues too, and the refugees that we find in the coastal areas of Arabia. Why we find such archaic genetic markers in coastal areas of Arabia, which was once heavily populated, but desiccation pushed populations to the shorelines of early Africans that went out of Africa. But that's Dr. Jeff Rose.
But my brother, I don't know where you're from. Do you ever see a guy called Aphrodamos? Yeah,
I'm familiar with Aphrodamos. Yeah,
Aphrodamos side of the ethnic group is called Soninke.
Soninke.
Soninke is called Ghana Empire. You understand me? The Soninke guy look like Nubia to you, because sometimes what I really hate is this. Why it does not show any intellectual something. What this show? Look, I'm a layman. I explain my thing in the layman sense. Two Nigerians explained almost in my mind. What you want to describe now, what the white man wrote, Soninke, which is the Ghana Empire, the Soninke Empire, which you call it the Ghana Empire, I have nothing to do with Nubians people. You understand me? The Nubians you call Africa, maybe because the white man draw the map that side is in Africa. To us Africans, the Nubians are not Africans to us.
Okay.
Just the way we see sometimes people see the Australians as Africans, or they're black. Or
sorry, why did he say
the Nubians are Africans? The Nubians are Africans.
At what point? Hold on 1 second, though. At what point do Nubians become other than Africans for you?
The Nubians don't have my hold on. The Nubians don't have my type of kicky hair.
Of course, there are different kinds of races in Africa. They are different. The Bantu are different from many other tribes, and the Nubians, the Nilotic. How can you say because all Africans look the same? They have the same skin. They are not the same race.
Have you
I'm
seen the
trying to
Nubians?
get
what,
Have you seen the Nubians compared it to any sub-Saharan Africans?
They are not the same race. Africans are not the same race.
So
Even
when you
within
talking,
sub-Saharan Africa, the Ghanaians, the Ghanaians are not the same race
so
as the
you want to
Bantu.
bring
They
a
are
race,
different people.
people that will catch you and flog you like the
yeah.
Arabs.
I don't come
Even
for
I
the
so
the
sorry, sorry.
Yorubas are not the same as
I
the
have to
Igbos.
step off.
Different races.
I
Everyone,
bounce off.
Africa.
I bounce
I have
off.
to step off for a moment.
Too
Kaizo,
emotional.
I'll come back later on if Kidola is not on. I would love to have the more intellectual conversation, but
Hang on,
unfortunately, Kidola
Hang on.
derails everything. I
Wait,
do
this
have to
story.
step off because
Wait,
I have to go to work too.
Oh, okay. If you have to go to work, that's the legitimate argument, right? But Kidola is not that an antagonist, you know.
No, I have nothing against Kidola. He's a wonderful individual.
He's saying stuff that don't add up now. How can you just say
That's
Nubians
okay.
and we all
But he
know
derailed
sides
the
are
conversation.
African?
Check you later.
Africa has many races. Africa has many races. Even within West Africa, even within West Africa, the Yorubas, the Igbos, the Ghanaians, and the other Bantu tribes are not the same. They are different races.
That's what people want to call during the World Cup. Go and call Morocco Africa.
Of course, they're Arabs. You are mixing Arabs with Nubians. Nubians are not Arabs.
Nubians are not like people like us.
No, why do you say?
Hold on, man. Let's get what he considered people that are African. What do you consider Africans?
Africans, when I mean sub-Saharan, I don't just call people African. They might be Africans because they're in the map of the Africa. But go and tell a Nubian person, and even Black American person went to tell Nubians, "Oh, you are one of us." They told him straight, "We're not one of you people."
So, but what do you consider Africans then? Because I'm a bit confused what you are referring to.
They call us Africans because even the Egyptians call us Africans. We're not Africans. We just are one type of people, or what we call the sub-Saharan people that have my type of kinky hair, my type of skin, the way I be built, my nose. You can see the physiological part of my body, the anatomical part of my body. If I do DNA, you also relate towards them. These are the people I call my type of people. But what I say here is that some of people want, especially these Black Americans, want to start claiming Nubians.
Hold on. I think your mistake is that, in Sudan as we speak, there are various different groups in Sudan, including people that you would describe as that have features like Niger Congo people, which you like to think that we are. That have those features.
If you talk about the South Sudan, if you talk about the closer related,
including North Sudan, including the Sudan that we know now, the northern part.
I talk about South Sudan because that's what I really study a lot. At least those are okay, we're a little bit closer, but not the so-called the other ones called Nubians or Nubians are part of
those Nubians. Okay, yes, if you are talking about admixture, they've had admixture, they've had an element of Arabization even going on now, just like North Africans have experienced for the last how many this in hundreds of years.
My brother, I just watched a video. The way this Middle East people, these so-called Egyptians, even Gaddafi.
Gaddafi is an Arab. Gaddafi is an Arab. He's not a Nubian.
Go and check where Gaddafi was peeling the skin of an Ethiopian girl. If not NATO that start bombing the place.
Gaddafi is an Arab. It's an Arab. It's not a Nubian. Gaddafi is an Arab.
I think it's even a Berber from what I even gather. Some kind of groups there.
We should not be the only black race that we have to start including people that are not part of the black race.
No. Even within the black race itself, the black race has many races. They are not the same people. They are different.
The Nilotics are different from the.
The Nilotics are different. Yes, they're different from even the Bantu are different. They are different from the Ghanaians. They're different from the Senegalese. They are totally different type of race.
No, because that guy that just left, that so-called Mexico guy or whatever he plays, that confused man, is always come to want to claim something else. Not too long, he will say, "Oh, I didn't went to 20 years in school for nothing." Motherfucker, do you think I was talking to
the Bandus are actually Niger Congo. I don't know why people keep saying that. Who is that?
Nubians are Nilo-Saharan.
Hello. Don't interrupt me. I was talking, please. You don't do that.
Yeah, go ahead.
So the Bantus are actually Niger Congo. The idea, I think people would like to think that it's just like the Bantus are different from fellow, let's say, West African, just like a Yoruba man is different from an Igbo man. But it's not any more than that. I think some people like to think that the Bantus are a totally different race. They are not. They are just like the other Niger Congo people.
Genetically, they may be related, but they have certain characteristics that are totally different
Same
from
for
other West Africans.
Same for Igbo and Yoruba.
Exactly.
The so-called Bantu expansion started from a place they call Chapo Wadi, somewhere in eastern Nigeria.
No,
so
the Bantu expansion started within the half of West Cameroon and half of southeastern Nigeria. In fact, guys, you have more.
But that should tell you what I'm talking about. They are the same people.
You have more Proto-Bantu tribes in Cameroon side than in Nigeria side.
Do you know what they call us?
Hello, hold on now. Let's finish what we are just talking. Because we need to just. What do you mean? I just came on. What are you talking about?
Yeah, well, guys, let's have some order. To Niger, I have 2 minutes, and then we'll go to Oba the second.
Exactly.
Yeah, you got 2 minutes.
So this thing looks familiar. It looks like somebody that interacts with quite a lot. The Bantu people, they may have more in Cameroon, but the people in Cameroon and the people in Nigeria, they are similar people. Just like Nigerians have 200 and something different ethnic groups that sometimes even physically they look different. That's how the Bantus are from them, but they are similar people from the similar region, and that's why they call them the Niger Congo group. The idea that the Bantus are somehow totally special. Then the Igbo people are special, Yoruba people are special, Ghanaian people are special by that standard. You see what I'm trying to say here? Please go ahead.
Yeah, all I'm saying, guys, is like in Africa there are different races. That's correct, because like.
Wait 1 second, Oba the second. Please introduce yourself. Say who you are. You're from Ethiopia and your background, so that we all know.
Okay, my name is Oba, and I'm half black, half Ethiopian, so I'm kind of mixed, right? So the point I wanted to make is there are different races within Africa, right? Nubians are Nilo-Saharan, their language group. Phenotypically, they're more their facial structures, their culture is totally different from the rest of Africa. So even the Janjaweed, right? They're hunting other blacks, people like us. So these people know they're different, right? So thinking that Nubians
Thank you, my brother. Thank you very much. I want to thank you for that one.
Yeah,
so Martin for you be talking nonsense.
Hold on.
No, he did not say they are not Africans. He did not say they are not African. Niger. He did not say they are not African.
They're Africans.
They're
Anybody
Africans.
who lives in who has ancestral heritage of at least 400, whatever. Even the Dutch, you can consider them African. Even the Indians in Kenya can be considered African. So Africa is just a loose term. It's like a zip code, like it's a continental body, nothing else. But they're different races because Africa has different races, right? So the Janjaweed does not look at the Bantus or the Nilote kindly. They know they're distinct and they're racist towards them. That's why Sudan is split into two, right? So keep that in mind when you say Africa. And even if you go to Somalia, they call us Bantu, and they denigrate us. If you go to Ethiopia, they call us Baria. Baria literally means a slave or a Negro.
Slave, yeah. Mm-hmm.
So this kumbaya attitude about we're all the same, we're African, is kind of it's not true. There are distinct cultural groups, distinct races. Even races are an outdated term, but I'm just using it, I think, in place of like ethnicity. But like, it's more than ethnicity though, because there is definitely a phenotypical genetic differences. You add that to the language groups, then. Go ahead.
Oba, let me ask you a question, and don't worry, it's still your time, right? Yeah. I am a mix, obviously, right? I'm part Nilo, part Bantu, part Kushite, right? The ultimate mix, right? That's why my dick is bigger than everyone else, and my brain is the biggest, right? But anyways, right? I'm being serious. But what I noticed is that the Kikuyus and the Kushites, they specifically look for people from the Wanga community, my mom's tribe, because they obviously the men we have superior genetics, right? For build. Right, and then obviously the Wanga men are looking for the Kushite or Kalenjin, Nilo Kushitic women, because obviously they're more beautiful than these Nigerians, right? So again, it works on both directions. So you, as a mixed black man and Ethiopian, did that influence the way that your parents were treated and you were treated growing up as a black and Ethiopian?
Because when you mix the Semitic Ethiopians with blacks, the kids come out looking like blacks. When you mix them with white, the kid comes out looking like white. So definitely, growing up, I was bullied a little bit for not looking like the typical Abyssinian look, right? And that's why it's like race mixing, because the children are going to be confused, because if you don't look like the majority, you're going to be othered, right? And about the term that you said, Kush, there's no Kush is like ancient
Yeah, we know Kush means the
Sudan.
Nilotic, right? We know.
You know what I'm saying? But, like,
Let me ask you a
that
question.
term
Let me
is
ask you a question.
very problematic.
I'm Harinya Yao Kalo.
Of course.
Okay. Oh, okay. So you're a real nigga. That's what I need to know. Go ahead.
So the term Kush have been really misunderstood because Kush is like historically northern Sudan, what you call the Nubians, right? I don't understand why people in Ethiopia or in Somalia can be considered Kushite because Ethiopia is consisted of Nilo-Saharan, Semites, and
People. Yeah.
the Oromos. But this language classification is just the name is just assigned there to a different kind of people.
Brother, our language is Cushitic. I think that's where it comes from, and we have
No. You're not Sudanese. You're a Somali guy. You are a Somali. A Somalian is not a Kushite.
No, I said our language is Cushitic.
No. It didn't come from there because like the Nubians, their language group is Nilo-Saharan, right?
No.
So Nilo-Saharan is not a Kushite. Like Kush is like
what I'm telling you is we have something to do with Kushites because like our language is Cushitic. It's not related to it.
One second. Let me cook you a little bit. My by the way, you're my favorite Somali. H.
What's up, Kai? Yeah, what's up, Kai?
You're my little prodigy, right? But just to give you a bit of correction, he's right? The kingdom of Kush begins with Kush, right? Even in the Bible, they mention it, right? So what happened is Ethiopians and Somalis, right? They usurped, right? I think you know what the word usurper means, right? They stole basically that term. That really refers to.
You're mistaken, Kaizo. I can correct you.
Okay, correct me a little bit.
Because you have a very high IQ. With all due respect, I respect your IQ and everything. Okay. So the historical, like how Ethiopia appropriated, as you said, is because Nubia was colonized by King Izana. To incorporate new groups of people into the empire, a new name was given to the Aksumite Empire around the 4th century, or 3rd century, when Kush or Nubia was colonized by the Aksumites. They incorporated new groups of people, and that's how now it became a bigger empire called Ethiopia. This is an inscription on a stone.
You mean Abyssinia, right? Ethiopia came much later.
Yeah. So when Aksum, I say actually strictly when Aksum colonized Kush, that's how the name got transferred, because now there are different groups of people who are actually incorporated it, just like the Jews were like taken to the Assyrian Empire, right? When you take the people, now there's a bigger Aksum because actually the kingdom of Kush fell as a result of this colonization. So that's how the name was transferred. It's not necessarily.
Okay, brother, I'm confused. Who are the Cushitic people? I'm confused.
The Sudanese, the original Sudanese, the northern Sudanese, not the Nilotes, the Nubians. Kush, the kingdom of Kush, was a colony of Egypt, and also the 25th dynasty, as you know, was also in power. So that is northern Sudan.
So hold on. Go ahead.
There was no Somali. Somalia was created in 1960. There was no Somali, nothing there. Even the population of Somalia.
Okay, that's not relevant. Hold on. We're talking about Cushitic.
Somali was created by the Persian Arabs. Even Mogadishu means seat of the Shah. It was a recent creation on the 10th.
That's not relevant because I'm not talking about the Somali state because that's really not relevant. I'm sorry,
I'm saying like you're not very old people. All I'm saying is you didn't even exist at the time that we were speaking. When Kush existed, there was no Somali or a Somali. There was not even a Somali people.
Brother, can you hear me? The point.
One second. Let me come in quickly, right? Well, let me come in quickly, and you can go through, right? The only issue I disagree with it. You are right? The so-called Nubians. And also, let me just use a specific tribe, the Beja, right? The Beja are a northern Nubian-like community, right? And they also have E1B1B, specifically E1 EV12, same gene I have, right? For paternal sort of history. These are the oldest Kushites, right? The thing is, that's the northern Kushites. Then you got the southern Kushites, you got the eastern Kushites. So there's different levels of Kushites that came and stemmed from them. and obviously sort of shared historical
Again, may I correct you
confluence.
again, with all the respect for your IQ again, to correct you. The Beja live in Eritrea and in Ethiopia and in Sudan. They don't live in Somalia. You agree?
Brother,
Exactly.
no,
That's
no,
why they're called. Hang on. That's why they call them the Northern Kushites. Yes, you're correct.
So
Because they
Somali
stay
has
in the
nothing
north.
to do. Somali has nothing to do with anything Kush.
No, he was
With the
talking about the
Kushite part.
language. He was talking about the Cushitic language, not as he
yeah,
said they were Kushites.
I think you're confused, brother.
He not said they were
Do
Kushites.
you guys Kaizo
Yeah,
might
you
would
misunderstood me this
definitely
entire
understand
time
this.
because, like,
Kaizo understand this. Kaizo, do you understand where this word came from? When the language classification in the 16th or 17th century happened, they tried to assign language groups. For the Semites was given because from their historical figure, whether it's myth or fact, that's another topic.
okay.
That is an invention. So these language groups are similar, so we're going to call them X. These language groups are similar because we're going to give them Y. So when they assign the Semites, they give them a name from their own book, the Bible.
Brother,
Right?
languages are tree family. Brother, I think you're confused. Languages are tree family.
Where's Kaizo?
If a language is close to another language, they basically have something to do with each other.
No.
And that's what I'm saying about.
No, I'm saying the language groups are genetically similar. What I'm saying is that the kingdom of Kush has nothing to do with.
I didn't talk about
the people
kingdom,
who-
bro. I didn't.
Hold on.
Let's
Let's hear what he's saying. The kingdom of Kush has nothing to do with what?
The language, like us having that language group, like grouping
What?
with the Cushitic language are a language group. It has nothing to do with the kingdom you're talking about. I'm not talking about kingdom. I'm not
You
claiming
want
to
to talk
be
about the language? Okay,
Sudanese.
let's talk about the language then. Let's talk about specifically the language then.
Yeah,
Okay?
because
this language
that's what I
called
was
the
getting-
Kush, this
Mhm.
language called the Cushitic language. Let's name them by name, right? The Afan Oromo, Afan Somali. Can you name any other? Okay, you can help me there.
There are few other. Basically, they are
No, can you name
Afro-Asiatic.
them? Is my question.
They are
Can you
part
name
of the
any other?
Afro-Asiatic
I can
language now.
wait. I can tell you there are a group of people in Tanzania
I didn't
and
ask
Kenya.
you about the people. I'm saying, like, can you name any other languages besides Oromo and Somali as Kusha? Can you name any other language?
Yes, Takuye,
Yeah. Because I'm telling you, there are people in Kenya. There are people in Tanzania. I
Are you dumb or something? Are you retarded? I asked you languages to name languages beside Orominya and Somali. That's called Kushite. For the third time, any other language?
Hang on, wait, 1 second.
Relax,
But why
relax,
do you
brother.
think Oromo by calling Orominya? It's Oromifa, man. Don't use the Amharic name, man. You see, that's disrespectful, bro.
No. What I'm saying is there are a lot of people who speak Afro-Asiatic language in the Horn of Africa and East Africa. You can find them in Tanzania. They're minority, but yeah, they're Afars.
Yes, the Afar.
They have something to do with each other as a language group.
Exactly. I agree with you on that one. The Afar, the Oromo.
So what is the significance of all this stuff? Because it just seems like a lot
I
of
don't know.
work.
He just
Well, obviously,
about language group.
yeah. So 1 second. Let me name a couple for you, right? We got obviously a fan Oromo, right? Or Oromifa. Don't say Orominya, man. Orominya, that's Amharic term. That means you're an Amharic supremacist, right? So
no,
there's
I'm
Afan.
mixed. I'm black and I'm black and Ethiopian mixed. So I'm
Damn.
okay.
Wait. Let's stop
So
on
Ethiopia
that.
is not black. That's what he's trying to say.
No. Tinaja. He means he's a Nilot and a Habesha mix. But anyways,
wait. What does that mean? No, Kaiser, we gotta actually get.
Don't mind him.
into
He's
this.
black. Don't mind him. He's here talking nonsense. Abacha is a mixed race.
This guy is confused. He said Ethiopian is not black. Tunaja, what I'm hearing.
That's the weirdest thing he's trying to conflate. I don't know.
If you go to Ethiopia, and, when you talk about other Africans, you say Tukur means black. If you're black, means like you're someone else.
Brother, I'm sorry, but like when I look at Ethiopians, they're blacker than me, bro.
Oh, you're the Persian, a descendant of the Persians who colonized your ass then.
No, but like, how you white and Ethiopian? I don't get it,
Yeah,
man.
if you are light skinned and you feel like you're part of Arab, you should go to the Arab League. Africa is not for you.
No, I'm black, man. I'm black. Kaiser knows my skin color, man. Like,
Yeah, I've seen you.
Yeah,
mashallah, you know, if you're dark
Bringing
skinned,
up this case, you guys are diverting from this discussion. And
Yeah, he's
I don't
right.
wanna divert from
About
that. I wanna
Habasha people
divert
seem to
the
have a
talk.
lot of admixture with the Habasha kind of people, and some of them seem like a little bit mixed with Indians. But it still doesn't mean they are not. They are mostly dark, really. You know, there are Igbo people that are lighter than some of them, really.
I believe the Somalis are like a descendant of like the Indians and Oromos. That's my personal
that's
belief.
not true. That's not true. Many people have
mean
said many
Indian? You
things.
mean Dravidian, right? Dravidian.
Because they're close to the Indian Ocean, Kaizo, you know, and also there was a Persian mix. Like the country was founded by Arabs, for God's sake. Like,
Brother.
What?
Oba, are you Dinka? Are you Anuak? What's your tribe? The other side, the black side.
Yeah.
I just let you flow with that, but I'm actually like a Black American and Ethiopian mix, to be honest.
No, you're not, man. You have an African accent, man. Stop.
No way, bro, man.
But I grew up in Ethiopia, man.
Bro, your microphone smells like Africa, man. Stop lying.
So, but like that's beside the topic. But what I'm saying, guys, is like we're not all the same. And
bro, why you keep lying to us? Like you said, you're half Ethiopian. Now you're saying how you half Black American.
Black, yeah.
Yeah, but like, why you keep switching it? No, that's what I'm
I
asking.
never
Why you keep...
switched it. That's irrelevant though. Like the topic we're speaking about is that I don't know. You wanted to talk about Somalia.
But I think that sometimes people get these Kushite kingdoms confused with like even the Nubians, because if you go further back when they used to even be called Nubians, and you have the Nama palette. I mean, you look at the features of the people they drew there. They are even less. They look less like the Somalis or the Ethiopians of today. They had afros on the Nama tablet.
Absolutely, what you're saying.
Wait, 1 second. Stop bringing in. 1 second. I want to say this, right? Stop. First of all, there's no such thing as Ethiopian, right? Ethiopia is a country to Nigeria, right? I think you mean Habesha, right? You go to the south, you got the Oromos, very dark skinned, very Afro-y. You got the the Omo Valley people and the Anuaks and all that shit, right? Stop saying a nationality and projecting that, right? So first, now here's the thing: even with the Habeshas have light skin, but they got Afro textured hair. Somalis are dark skin, but these niggas look like they have Indian hair. Please separate shit in the right coordination.
I agree.
I'm just using those people as a descriptive language to different. Hold on, let me say what I'm saying. No, let me say something. You can't just say stuff just because you are sitting there and you expect to just make sense.
But Kaiser,
can I just finish what I'm saying, please?
Let's finish. Tunaja, you speak.
So I'm trying to describe a feature. If I want to say some people look like Nordic, I could say Nordic, but I could say people that look like Swedish people.
Your features are wrong, bro. That's the point in Nigeria, right? Like I said, right? Somalis are darker than 1 second. The average Somali is darker than the Kenyan Bantu. However, the hair texture is a little bit more loose texture, right? And so-called Ethiopian, but you really mean a Habesha, right? From the northern tribes like Tigrinya, Amhara, right? They have a lighter skin on average, right? Like a mixed race person, but their hair is curled. It is very coiled, like a Jared, like you, right? These are very specific terminologies that are different, and I want you to understand that. Don't just box in different people. Somalis have
I do understand that when I'm mentioning those Ethiopians, and that's why I also call the Somalians, because they tend to have those more, I don't know what you call the hair. But the point I'm making is that those people look quite similar to some Africans that people would not describe as Kushites today. They look similar to those. But I wanted to ask another question, please, quickly. The Habasha, what is the percentage in terms of the population of Ethiopia? You know,
they're like 27%.
Why is a Somali speaking on behalf of Ethiopia? Like,
bro,
are you Ethiopian Somali, or like, are you excited when the name's mentioned?
No, man, I don't claim that dog shit country, man.
So to answer your question, to answer your question, Oromo is the largest population. Shout out to Oromos, right? They're around
No, that's
40%.
not true. That's not true.
Well, yeah, right. But okay, fair enough. You can correct me. But Oromos, as far as I know, is about 40%. Habesha is.
He said Habesha. So
I
Habesha means it
know.
includes the Eritreans, it includes the Tigrayans, it includes the Amhara.
No,
So
no,
they're
he
the
said in
majority.
Ethiopia, not in that whole region.
Yeah.
He mentioned specifically
In,
Ethiopia,
even
right?
in
So
Ethiopia, okay, let's talk the percentage. Right?
Habeshas
So
are about
hold on, the
34%.
Tigrayans
Oromos
are
are
how
like
many percent? The Tigrayans are
wait,
6
one
or
second,
7%.
right? Habeshas are in total about 34%, and Oromos are like 40%. The rest is like Somalis and all these other retarded groups. That's a percentage.
Whoa, Kaiser,
The
relax.
retardation about Somalis is in Sweden only, though. Like
Okay, this guy is so obsessed with us. Holy fuck! This guy knows so
the
much
Somalis
about
in
us.
Somalia don't have the autism.
Guess what, right? Remember, guys, right? You forget I'm Kaiser. I'm the smartest nigga
How
alive.
you know? How you know about people in Europe, like in the American?
Yeah, I've heard the Kaiser speak about philosophy.
Yeah, guys,
and some
remember,
complicated
right?
stuff.
When the white man looks at Kaiser, he's like, "Yo, man, I wish I could be like Kaiser," right? Even if I make shit up for my ass, right? It's always correct. So let me show you the demographics, right? Oromo, hang on a second. Oromo, right? That's around 40%. Shout out to Oromo. Amhara is about 25%. Tigray, 27%. So if you add Amhara and Tigray, right, and Gurage, right, it is exactly what I said, around 30%. So Kushites are quite high. Oromo is 40%. Somali 6%. That's actually 46%. Sidama, that's another 9% there. Walaita, no, that's not Kushite, right? Afar, so Kushites are actually the majority of Ethiopia.
Yeah.
Amhara.
Like, would you consider?
I was right. The numbers are correct. Right. That's from the Ethiopian government statistics. So we can't argue.
Is Oromo considered Kushite?
Yeah. Oromo is like the most.
Oromos are the original Kushites, right?
Yeah, they're very pure. You know, very.
These are the real Africans, right? Dark skin with curly hair and all that shit. These other Amharas and all these other weirdos who are mixed with some other weird shit, right?
You have this guy.
Now, Kaiser.
Kaiser, can I say something, please?
Yeah, go ahead.
If what you're saying is true, like I said, what you're saying is true. But I want to second to what Niger was asking. Like, if you take a closer look carefully at all the images left behind by the ancient pharaohs of, forget about the Greco-Roman pharaohs. I'm talking about the Black African pharaohs that ruled Egypt.
Yes. Okay.
If you look at the statues left behind, even with the Great Sphinx, they do not carry the physical features of a Kushite or a Nubian. They carry physical features of a.
Hang on. No, wait. I want to correct you. They do have the physical representation of a Kushite, just not what you think a Kushite is, right? Let me give you an example, right? The original Kushite.
Their lips, their nose, their forehead.
Wait, one second. No, hang on 1 second, right? The original Kushite is from Kenya, right? I'm 25% Oromo, right? And I'm also 25% Kisi, and the rest is Wanga.
Oh my God!
I'm mixed, right? So I'm part Oromo, I'm part Kisi, and I'm part Wanga, right? Now, if you look at the original Kushite, right? The original Kushite is what we call the Orma, right? Even the name sounds like Oromo, right? Orma. These niggas look like Nilotes, right? These are the original Kushites. I'm sharing my screen right now. That is what the ancient Egyptians look like. Orma.
Kaiser, but you say
yes, and Orma looks like Bantus and Nilotes. I agree with you.
Yeah, but
this is the original.
These are not what the statues. The statues of Egypt looks like a typical Negro.
Kaiser,
some of them do. Yes,
side by side.
Some of them do. Hang on 1 second. Some of them do, but the majority of the original Kushites is Orma. Orma clan are even older than me, right? These are the original Kushites. Niggas that look like niggas, right? That's a Kushite. Not these new age Kushites that are mixed like Somalis with hair that looks like a white man's hair because they're really mixed with Dravidians from India. Right? That's not bro. Kushites originally look like this. That's why I look dark skin and shit.
Why
right?
can't we leave Somalis alone, man? Somalis, they've had enough. Constantly on Somalis' backs.
No, man. We just get attacked for no reason. You have this half Ethiopian who's like talking crap and saying a bunch of pseudoscience, like you guys are Mongolian, you guys are this, you guys are like what? No one cares about your pseudoscience. It's not
exactly
science. Like this guy said,
original.
You heard him, right?
That's it. I'm not making this shit up, right? That's the original Kushites, the unmixed Kushite, right, from Kenya. right? All this shit started from Kenya. Ethiopia never existed. Kenya never existed either, right? The area was called East Africa, right?
Of
So I'm
course,
just letting
Ethiopia
you
was a name appropriated from Africa itself. Africa used to be called Ethiopia.
exactly,
Yeah, it was just
exactly.
appropriated from Africa. When the people say Ethiopia was mentioned in the Bible, it's not this Ethiopia they're talking about. They're talking about Africa as a continent. Not that
Mm-hmm.
at the time of the Bible, at the time of the histories of the Bible, Ethiopia was Africa, not Abyssinia. And
Correct.
somehow today, people are saying that the Ethiopia the Bible talks about is Abyssinia, not the continent,
Very
which
different places.
is a
Very
totally
different places.
different concept. I can't believe this. Africa
Correct.
was Ethiopia. Ethiopia was not. Abyssinia is just an appropriated name, which is modern. The Bible
Mm-hmm.
never talks
Kaiser,
of.
Kaiser, I got a question, Kaiser. You're in Africa. When is Africa gonna?
I'm the only African in Africa right now. So
Yeah,
put
because
some respect on my name, bro. Go ahead, brother.
yeah, Kaiser. When is Africa gonna get on? Like be equal to these other places in the world? Like
We'll
where
never be in that situation because our IQ is just different. That's all I can say.
is
We have to be in place.
we're just stupid people.
No, I
Like,
didn't say stupid. We're just different. That different.
I don't think that is true. We Africans are some of the most smartest people in the world. The problem is if you don't give them the enabling environment to strive, because you have octogenarians who are in power, who have seized every power for themselves, and they don't want to give way for other people to progress. Then Africa will remain the way it is. Most of Africa is still under colonialism. We must accept that. And unless these chains are broken, because you see Africans who leave Africa, some of them were very dull people. When they come to the West, some become doctors, engineers. Some of the best scientists in the world are African. So
I agree with most of your
so we
sentiments.
must separate the people.
One second, guys. Tanaja, just 1 second, please. We're gonna go on a 3-minute break. If there's no super chats, the show ends, right? Because these niggas out here is not supporting the show. So shout out and support the show so that we can continue the channel.
Last week I did support the show, even though it was not.
Welcome to the Kaizorian Experience. Over here, we're gonna be talking about everything African. We're going to be having debates, discussions, entertainment, as well as learning about business, art, history, and everything in between. Cultural, tribalism, and everything. We're going to be out here debating with some really interesting stuff. So like the video, share the video, and make sure you subscribe. Subscribe for the best experience ever. This is the biggest channel on the Afrosphere. So come and join the team, become a Kaizorian, and join the Kaizorian Empire. Within this premise, and I exist within this bluebird in the sky. I'ma fly like the blue in the sky. I'ma fly like bird in the sky. I'ma fly like bluebird in the sky. I'ma fly like bluebird in the sky. I'ma fly like bluebird in the sky. I'ma throw my bluebird in the sky. I'ma soar like bluebird in the sky. I'ma soar like bluebird in the sky. I'ma fly like bluebird in the sky. I'ma fight like bluebird in the sky. I'ma eat like bluebird in the sky. I'ma be like bluebird in the sky. I'ma be bluebird in the sky. I'ma be free, bluebird in the sky. I'ma be free like bluebird in the sky. Shout out all the low IQ retards left after I put the demand in on this show. That was actually a test to see this niggas, right? Shout out to one man, 1 2 for the £2 super chat. Shout out. Now we can actually have a real conversation. So that's Marco. What's your thoughts on this whole God, reality, and space? And we'll go to Niger over there. Hopefully you're still alive, Darth Manko. You know, the stream, the black hole, pun intended, did not get you. Go ahead, my beautiful white sister. Wait, I can't hear you. Tunaja, can you hear her?
Nope, I can't hear anything.
Yeah, Darth Manko, what the hell's wrong with you Americans, right? I live in Africa, in freaking Maasai land, and I got real internet. What's going on, man? This is definitely some Illuminati shit, man. Yeah, wait, can you hear Darth now? Yeah, Darth, you got a reboot or restart or something. I can't hear you, and I assume others can't hear you since Tunaja gave his testimonial. Yeah, one second, let me type in the back chat. Darth, we can't hear you. Yeah, so yeah, Tunaja, yeah, that's kind of interesting, right? We kind of go down into some kind of crazy little, different types of African sort of discussion. But Tunaja, do you believe in a supreme God that created everything and is in itself not created?
That is a question that I'm fine with discussing this long issue because I'm wrestling with it myself. I think can an uncreated being be created? I think it can. It's possible because if there is nothing implies nothing, isn't it? But if there is no time, there is no nothing, there's only potential. From the point of view of physics, at least they try to argue anyway, that if two negative energies come to power, that's two opposing energies come to power, that's come to manifest itself, then you can have all kinds of, you can have the universe that we have now. It's a bit of a weird way it's counterintuitive because there's no time, there's nothing. And that question is, can something come from nothing? That is what physicists are arguing about, because there's no time. The only it's weird because I'm about to use time again. The only time you notice anything is because it's been created, so you don't know how long it's existed. I think this stuff would bend a human mind, because the human mind, the way we think in time. And you could even start from asking, can we actually be able to think without time? Do we exist without time? And if you can imagine a reality or a kind of state that can exist without time, then all bets are off. Anything can happen and you will know. So because there's no time until the universe is created, nothing exists. So one of the ways somebody intuitively, at least one physicist, I've forgotten his name, is online. He is arguing that the way the universe is likely to end could be the reasons why he came up with the suggestion that the universe can be created again, because he believes that everything will be torn apart, including atoms, neutrinos, everything will be torn apart, including time itself. So because time will not exist in the way we know it anymore, so the universe, you can't say the universe was there for a long time. It could be forever for all you know, because there's no time. That concept is gone. So the next thing that you see that will emerge again will be a universe again. So somebody even used that to describe consciousness itself, that if you lose consciousness, there is no time. The only time you emerge again is when there's another consciousness. So it's a bit of a strange thing, and I'm not even sure we are even equipped to discuss it because we are so wired the way we think about it.
Hey, do not say we, my brother. Say you.
Maybe you.
My higher too, brother. Hey, don't bring in the same discussion as you. Hey, this guy. Hey,
I have to admit, okay, it's myself. I have to put it on myself. It's only fair.
You are an inferior. I
can't
compare yourself to me.
I struggle to think outside time. And how can you think without time? How can you imagine that world? If you can describe it to me, I would like to hear. Because that state can result in a recreation of any state. Because any state that it creates, you will not be there to notice it until it creates the state you are aware of.
Tunaja, if a tree in the forest right now in Amazon falls, but you don't hear it, did the tree really fall or not?
It did fall because of
sorry, Tunaja. Sorry, Tunaja, that wasn't the question. The question is, if a tree falls in the forest and you are not there to see it, did it make a sound? That's the actual question. Did it make a sound if you're not there to hear it?
I think it makes a sound. If realistically, when trees fall, they make a sound. It does make a sound, yes. because of object permanency.
So you don't have to witness everything. Sometimes you can generally.
Sorry, how do you establish that? How do you establish that it made a sound?
Because normally when trees fall, they make a sound.
Yeah, but it's only a sound to somebody's hearing, though.
True, but because of object permanency.
Wait 1 second, let me explain something. You're about to fall into a trap by one line, right? Let me explain. Sound is a specific, what we call technical term. Sound means a human ear has to hear it. We're not talking about noise, we're talking about sound. So a sound necessarily actually need an ear to hear it. I hope you understand that, to Nigeria. He was trying to scam.
So if a speaker, if somebody is playing a radio in a totally different area and then they turn the speaker up, you can see that the speaker is turned up, and somebody asks you, is there sound coming from that speaker? Yes, you can say there's sound coming from that speaker.
No. Sound is a very specific earring. Something has to have an ear in order for sound to emanate. You're talking about noise, which is very different. I want to make that very specific. Sound means
maybe you are right there. I don't know the technical term. All I know is that noise or sound is created. So whatever way you want to define it, whatever the vibration of the air happens.
That's right. Correct. But I want to make it clear, right? Sound
make it that way.
Necessitates some kind of hearing parameters.
So he was trying to
scam. Yeah. But shout out to you. Also, shout out to JT, my nigga, man. Shout out to you, my Jamaican Black American brother, with another $10 super chat. Good topic. And you know what? I really appreciate this stream. We've got some decent super chats. We're helping Kaizo out to buy his plane ticket to leave Africa. So shout out to that, man. I really appreciate the support that we got to Nigeria. You see, to Nigeria, that's how you deal with shit, man. You got to be a real man. Don't just be out there always talking about, double speaking and, contradicting yourself, right? This is how a real man is, Nigeria. Like me over there to Nigeria. So shout out to you, JT. I appreciate it. I'll do more topics that are esoteric, etc. So yeah, go ahead, Mannheim.
I just missed you guys a little bit. I think you guys were talking about the issue, sometimes to do with reality, correct? And
sure.
Just like I remember Nigel asked a question before. So asked a question if the issue of existence has to do with does it mean if something exists, I mean God exists? If I'm correct, was that the question you asked before, Nigel?
Regarding if we exist,
you were talking about something about existence before.
Yeah, there has to be a maker. Okay, in terms of before, I was saying that if there is no time, can we be able to imagine what that is like in this thing with our minds? At least my own mind, according to what case will try to correct me on. So that was the question. Can we imagine a reality without time?
No, it's not possible. We cannot imagine a reality without time in this 3 dimension that we are living in. We can't, because everything within this dimension has to do with time, and everyone who operates within this dimension must operate under time. So that is why, like I stated earlier before, that I do not believe that divine beings are interfering into our day-to-day matter, because if they have to do so, they have to operate within time itself. And nothing can operate in this dimension without time, unless you live outside this dimension, which is something that a creator will have to be. If it has to be a creator, you have to live outside of time itself, because time only operates within this bubble of the universe, what you call the Big Bang. So because the question is, everything is within the Big Bang, the question becomes what was before the Big Bang, or what is outside the Big Bang? Because if we accept the concept of the Big Bang, it means we're in a bubble, we're in a box. So therefore, what is outside the Big Bang? As somebody who can create time, we have to be somebody who is outside of time. You cannot live in time, within time itself, and then create something, and then create time. You cannot create time within time. You have to live outside of time in order to be able to create one. So that is why I've always said that the creator itself cannot operate within this sphere, within this our dimension. He has to live outside of it. That's the only way that a God cannot operate within time itself. So there's no way we can have a reality in this dimension without time itself.
You see, that is a fair point you made there. However, the idea you have to exist outside time, but from where some physicists believe that all times have already happened. It's almost like on a flat sheet of paper. All times have happened. So, but in that realm or reality where there is no time, is there events that happen in sequence? And so it's a very tricky thing because time is often associated with sequential events. So if that reality exists without time, then are there no sequences to events? Everything occurring at the same time? So it's a very, very strange way to think. Yeah, go ahead.
To ask that question would be for we to be arrogantly assume that we know exactly what the universe or what time and space are out together. In fact, we have no clue. We are still trying to figure out the basics of actually what the space-time continuum is. We don't know, and we don't even know what life is. We think that we know what life is because we think we are alive. We don't know whether the mountains are alive. We don't know whether the stones are alive. We don't know whether the stars are alive. So the issue is that at this moment, I think it will be relevant for it to be speculating whether there's going to be sequence in other dimension outside of time, or in other universes, or maybe outside of the space-time continuum that operates within the Big Bang, within the bubble itself. But what we know that the universe is expanding, and as it continues to expand, time continues to expand within the universe, within our unknown universe itself. So it will be premature. In fact, it is possible that we will never know what is outside the Big Bang, what is outside our universe, because you look at we are enclosed in a bubble, like in a balloon, that you have blown the balloon. There was a time, there was a kick, there was a starting point, which was the starting point of that Big Bang. How do we know that it was a Big Bang? Because we know the universe is expanding. It's like a car is moving. So if a car is moving, then something must be moving that car, which is the dark energy. Something is moving this universe, expanding it. So there is a specific point of entry. We don't know what is outside that point of entry unless we can punch a hole within the universe itself to see outside of the universe. But as of now, everything we're doing is speculation. So we can barely understand the universe itself as we can see, just the known one. But it is believed that most of the universe we don't see is bigger than the one that we see. So it will be even premature for we begin to speculate the kind of person that the creator can be or what the universe actually mean. I think it will take maybe trillions of years for you to actually figure out what it actually means. And we may never be able to do so because we are inside a bubble.
I think that makes sense. I don't know whether anyone else has something to add.
Tonaji, why are you lying to yourself, man? Your IQ is not able to understand what this nigga said, man. So it's all good, man. It's all good. Go ahead, sis.
I was gonna say I had a comment because somebody, I think maybe Tonaji was mentioning that the time implies sequence, and I don't know that you can actually claim that. Time implies separation of things. Yes, we presume to experience it as sequence, but that's not really something you can prove. Again, that's more of a tidy way of thinking about it, but it does imply separation, right? It's the dimension that gives us not everything all at once. I often think of it as it's the dimension that allows for change. Without time, there is no change possible. But sequence is a step too far as it being absolutely connected.
Yeah, because of the idea of causality, isn't it? One event leads to another. It can happen sometimes. It may not happen in the opposite direction from the point of view of entropy. But you see that this is why you talked about separation, which is in a way kind of discretized way of looking at, chunks of this in reality. That's what I struggle with, because how can you imagine a situation where that doesn't exist? What kind of reality is that?
The question the question, you have to first define what does not exist, because you are referring to something like emptiness. What is emptiness? We cannot, it's difficult for you to even determine what exists and what doesn't exist, because sometimes we say, oh, space is empty. How is it empty? How do we know it's
let's before we shift to that direction, the direction I was referring to was about, like she talked about separation of this thing. Separation, basically, that's what time kind of represents. So without time, can you imagine separation? Can you imagine creation without time? How does that occur? So
one can imagine something static, but one would have difficulty imagining and observing it. I suspect.
Yes, that is true, because something only becomes alive, something only exists according to the principles of reality. Something only exists only when it is being observed. Like, let's say, like I'd
say that's an intemporal perspective, though. That's an or at least in reality perspective. Yeah. That's a perspective from inside, looking at itself.
Yes.
And then different than perspective of looking at it sort of from a outside perspective.
How do we go ahead?
Yeah, just specifying there.
Yeah. How do we even begin to contemplate what actually exists or not? Whether reality is real, or is it that our brains create reality? Let's, for example, before I came to this channel, I never know there's anybody existing like Kazon, or if there's anybody existing like Manko or Niger. But now I know they exist because my brain can observe and see that, okay, these people really exist. So the issue is what can we claim exists, because there are, let's say, 3, 4 in the forest. I didn't see it. Does it exist?
Yeah, I mean, I think there's several questions in there, right? Because there's the first, the sort of large, encompassing question is whether anything exists, right? Whether existence exists, whether exists, which is not which we're assuming, right? And then you said what exists. Well, that's a more difficult question. But then there's what exists, or what is that which exists that I'm participating in or observing or encapsulating. So what exists in this reality that I can experience, what exists beyond that, what could exist, and again, we're assuming that that something exists. We operate as if it does.
And we also assume that sometimes there is nothing, but we forget to understand that even though what we are looking as nothing, it exists, because if it doesn't exist, we will not know that. We will not say, oh, there is nothing over there. Like space. Space is empty, okay, but does space? Some people's space is empty. Space is empty. How do we know it's empty?
You're missing a crucial component. The component is human interaction. If there's human interaction, then that thing exists. Then if there's no human interaction, then it doesn't exist. So human interaction is the basis of determining if something exists.
Okay.
If humans are interacting with it, then patently it exists. And there are boundless things out there that we're not aware of. They are in whatever dimension, in whatever form that we're not aware of. But they don't exist because we don't interact with them. So human existence, I would say, would be the main.
Okay, let's say I'm alive now. I exist. And everything I've comprehended through observation, through experience, through people I've met. Okay, when I die today, do I cease to exist? Or where did that observation, where is that, all that experience, where did it go? Is consciousness real? Is it part of our brain or exists outside our brain? Does that experience live on? Because we cannot see it, does it exist?
Are you asking if your consciousness outlives your physical form? Is that what you're saying?
I'm talking about existence.
I think this relates to something that I was going to bring up, and that's, talking about whether or not emptiness exists. I think that brings up the question, does a concept exist, right? If you could, even if you can't, right, we can have the concept of non-existence, which gives non-existence an existence.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And the idea behind this thing existence, I don't think it necessarily requires our observation. Some things do exist without our observation. We know that because after we observe it, we know they've existed well before us. Hence, object permanence. That's the idea of object permanence. So we know things exist even without our observation. We emerge and conceptualize the world to make sense so that we can be able to function within it. We can't take in all the information that comes into our senses. So from that point of view, we are always, our brain is a kind of, I think somebody argued that our brain is a conceptualizing machine. All it does is gather information and creates concepts of them that is useful for us as a living entity to survive. So it ignores a lot of things that it doesn't care about. Hence, we didn't care about seeing ultraviolet light because it didn't matter to us, or whether we perceive other gamma rays because it wasn't consequential. We don't have to worry about it because the atmosphere is blocking it. If it's important for our survival, we tend to gravitate in that direction, and that's what we tend to see. Our bias is in line with what keeps us alive. So we are missing out a lot of things, but it doesn't mean they don't exist. They are there. And because scientists is beginning to find that there are so many other things out there that we have never really observed. The question now is, okay, the question that was asked about whether there is truly nothing out there. You can have a concept of nothing because human beings always can conceptualize anything they want to conceptualize. Why the universe decided to give us that ability to do that, we don't know. Maybe it's for us to understand that some things can emerge from what we consider nothing. It's a bit of a strange thing. That's why I'm not even sure. Like I'm not smart. I'm not even close to it because I can't even get my head around that. It's so weird.
Nothing can come out of nothing. That's just the way it sounds. Nothing can come out of nothing. And it's just like we used to say, space is empty, and nothing can come out of nothing. Before, a lot of scientists were saying that space was empty, but when we started seeing the stars moving away from each other, the universes, the galaxies moving away from each other, but we cannot know what was fueling that movement. So, and then they finally discovered that there's something called the dark matter or dark energy that is moving this universe forward. And we came to realize that the mass of the dark energy is much bigger than the universe, than what we can see, that we can actually see. So what is not seen is way, way bigger than what we can see. So it is difficult to claim that there's an emptiness, because to even identify that there's emptiness somewhere, you must recognize that place exists by itself.
I think when they say emptiness, they are not saying that they are dismissing those aspects. They are saying that when those things, including those things, don't exist, what spurred the creation of anything at all? So how did that happen? It's, my God, my head hurts when I try to think about it. I can't even start imagining it. How can something emerge from nothing? Has there always been something?
Yes, absolutely. Nothing can come out of nothing. The car we see on the road has to be produced by somebody. The clothes we wear, if it has to be produced by somebody. Nothing can come out of nothing. But sometimes we may interpret something as emptiness because we do not understand it. We cannot recognize it. Through our own brain, we cannot observe it. But that doesn't mean it doesn't exist. There is no such a thing as nothing. Nothing does not exist.
I think you hit the hell on the head with the observation, right?
Yeah.
People observed space to be empty, therefore they referred to it as a nothingness, right?
Yeah.
But it has a lot to do with our limitations of observation. And if your reality is only that which you can observe physically, you're limited in conceiving of it, right? That's why the reality of concepts is important too.
This is actually a really interesting point that you guys brought up, right? Shout out to all the low IQ niggas for leaving the show, right? But it's kind of interesting about the whole observation and everything, right? That you guys are talking about, right? Now, I did forget what I was going to say, but that's fine. I'll improvise, right? But basically, I agree with both you, Mannheim, and Darth, and even Dust Niger said, right? Dust Niger, at the very least, he has the grit when he's not emotionally perturbed and acting like a little bitch, right? So I respect Niger as well, right? But
Jesus Christ, You just will stop, would you? Would you? If I'm having a proper conversation, you have to start doing this again. Come on, go ahead.
Yeah. So yeah. So this is kind of interesting. So Mannheim, right? Let me ask you a question, right? Do you have any sort of intellectual rigor? Do you at least have a degree? I know you're a black man, so I'm not expecting much.
What do you mean by not expecting much? What are you talking about? What do you mean you're not expecting much? I cannot reveal my real identity to you, but yes, I have degrees. Yes, I have degrees. Yeah.
Okay, so you at least have one degree, right?
Yes, I do. Yes.
Okay, yes. Masha Jesus and Masha Allah. Dr. Manko, do you at least have a degree?
I've got 3 documented degrees or educations.
Okay.
I have 3 degrees as my documented education. Yeah.
Okay, Masha White man. What about you, Tanaja? Do you have a degree?
I swear, I have a degree on YouTube. I watch so many YouTube videos. That is my degree.
Take it seriously. You know what I'm asking, eh? Don't go around talking about YouTube.
My YouTube videos are my degree. Eh? That's all I know. So yeah, I'm educated. Thanks to you. Thanks to you, Kezo. I'm educated.
Yeah, because you're very interesting. Yeah, so we don't expect much from black people. Trust me, some black people are some of the most intelligent people in the world. Trust me. Yeah. Let's separate the achievement of black people from their corrupt leaders who are ruling those countries in Africa. If those African people were given the opportunity, trust me, they will excel. Africa before colonization, Africa was most kingdoms were doing well. They have complex democracies, complex system of government. They have foundations, but those things were destroyed. And just imagine destroying a continent for taking most of their people, as millions of them as slaves, then come back again, take the country, and then subjugate them to slavery, destroy everything about their culture.
Let's not worry about that. How are they going to turn out? It's not a big deal. It happened to them too. This is the name of the world. But the thing is about education. Man, even I am humbled by some Nigerians, the way they like to educate themselves. Nigerians are stupid with education, man. They go to university and PhD as if it's nothing. You can't believe how many panels I've been on, and the guy will be like, my wife is studying for a second PhD. I was like, what happened to the first one? One of them, 7 degrees. It's like, what is this?
Just like your country, my brother.
One second. Let me give the practical reason why to Niger, right? Remember, Africans want to live in white heaven, right? AKA, they want to remain in the UK or America. So all these degrees are really just there for them to buy time until they get their citizenship. I want us to make that very clear. It's not like they really care about the degrees. It's just that it's a way for them to apply for visas, work and make applications. I promise you, that's it.
Within Nigeria too, they have a culture of doing it now, where they pressure people to keep going to school.
Look at you. Look like your country, Niger. During about a couple of maybe 30, 40 years ago, when oil was discovered in Nigeria, Dubai at that time was still a desert. There was nothing. They have not even discovered oil in the Emirates and most of those Gulf countries. Nigeria at that time they discovered oil. But look at Nigeria today. In fact, it's getting worse. Look at there are so many intelligent people. In fact, during the Biafran War, do you know the Igbos were manufacturing weapons for themselves in their kitchens? They were manufacturing different types of things. They invented things. Nigerians are so intelligent that if they are given an opportunity, they will turn the country into not Japan or Korea. But you have the people sitting in the government in Abuja and they don't care. They just loot the money. They don't care what happened to the other people. The electricity is terrible because the people selling generators, they don't want electricity to be supplied to people because nobody's going to buy a generator. So they have hold the people hostage. So people...
I think that there are, these things are not, it's not a kind of as simple as that. I think what is happening with including not only Nigeria, it's happening to almost every African country.
Of course.
The way history unfolds is very hard to, how do I put it? It's very hard to challenge the way history is unfolding and the way your environment is. What I find with Africans is that they've been sheltered for so long, like even during the ancient Egyptian period and all the rest, most of what the regions we call Niger Congo have been sheltered for way too long. And it's almost as if when other people arrived, they met a people that are so sheltered and so naive that it makes them come across as almost infantile with their way of thinking. Because they don't have any, the kind of concerns they have are almost immediate. So what I'm trying to say is that our collective intelligence in terms of being able to respond to the world we are dealing with right now is not sufficient. It needs to be more.
Also, guys, sorry, 1 second, brother, right? And also, Wyman, if you're listening, you can obviously unblock this person, right? But I do not take disrespect, especially from Wyman, right? These people that look like Wyman. This guy is lying. Even within Nigeria, Nigerians love to pursue education. Well, this person is blocked, right? Because they called me a liar. Simple as that.
What? Oh, goodness.
Go ahead.
Oh, he called you a liar. I don't think does that surprise you? People call you liars.
Welcome to Judah.
Yeah. So, if you are saying I should carry on, I'm saying that our issue is more collective based, because what I found is that collective intelligence is far more significant than individual IQs. And other groups, you can see that we can outcompete them, like fellow Nigerians can outcompete other groups individually. But yeah, those same groups are outcompeting us as a group. So that aspect of our reality is something we need to address, our collective intelligence.
Yeah, but if you cannot address that, if you have a system which is not enabled by your rulers, because you need an enabling environment in order to progress, to strive. The leaders have to make the place use the power that the people have given them. I'm not talking just to Nigeria, but to most African countries, to use the power they have given them to make the place and to become enabling enough for people to be able to strive without any help from the government. The problem we have in Africa is that there's a disconnect between the knowledge, the zeal, the experience, and the will of the people to progress, and those that they have put in charge to rule over them. And these people have become just rulers, but not leaders. And they're not accountable to anybody. And how do you run a business? And if you cannot have a stable electricity to sell coal, maybe poultry and other stuff, how do you have a successful transportation company if the roads are bad? How can you go to the farm if you have bandits hunting people in the farms and they cannot have? So the whole system, we need rulers, we need leaders, not rulers. And if these issues are not addressed, the people will go nowhere, because the people cannot make the enable environment for themselves, because there's a limitation of what a civilian, an individual can do without the approval of the government, and what the government can do that will help the masses as a collective.
Yeah, no, shout out. So guys, let's move on to the new panelist, and then we'll go around in circles again. Shout out, we got
what panelist?
Is that
a person?
The Almighty Judah is here.
Almighty Judah, go ahead, Judah. The mic is yours.
The battles that will not stop chasing.
Let me say hi to Schneider. Yeah, Kaiser, what's up, man? What's going on? Since 2Naija want to talk too much stuff, now let me put 2Naija to the spotlight. It seems like our hostile neighbors, insecurity. When you have a neighboring country that is filled with insecurity, there's an impact that is happening in other countries as well. 2 days ago, or maybe yesterday, 32,000 or 32 people were bombed in a town in Maiduguri in Nigeria. And, the impact of that bombing is, causing people to flee that environment into Cameroon. Now, this is the thing about what is happening in Africa. When you have countries that are unstable, they cannot take care of their own insecurity. It now causes problem in other neighboring countries. And when we say things don't work right, because the problems are coming from somewhere, affecting the neighboring countries. Now, you cannot fix a country when you have a neighboring country that is insecure. You're always going to be in a problematic space. You cannot build any country when your neighboring country is not working. If you have a Somalian country close to Kenya will never sleep Their eyes will always be open about what is happening in Somalia. You know, maybe they might get up one morning and everybody is bombed already. So this is what is impacting African growth, you know, in Africa, right? All this insecurity, we are unable to take care of our own problems. We cannot solve issues, you know, we put them aside and create more problems for our own selves. And then we ask ourselves, well, why are things not working? Things are not working because you are the cause of the problem. It's not the white man. You know, you can't solve issues that are happening, basic necessities. People in the north does not have. People cannot drink basic water. There is no good road. People are unemployed. What do you think? You think they're just going to sit down and fold their arms? No. Why you are taking their resources, you are not giving it back to them. You know, these people have cotton. They put, you know, they make a lot of things, but you make them so poor that they cannot even eat 3 square meals a day. Then you come online and say, oh, but why is Africa not doing this? Why is Africa not doing that, man? See, Kaizo, look, man, if someone tells you that your people are not cursed, then it's not the truth. African are cursed, you know. We don't know how to solve it. Let me finish, man. I just got on the panel. Just let me spill a little beans, and then you can come in. Okay. You know what I'm saying? African
now you see why we chase them out of West Africa.
Yo, man, stay quiet tonight. Just stay quiet. Mentor is talking about two supremacy.
You see why we chase them out of West Africa.
Stay quiet, young man. Stay quiet. The insecurity in Nigeria is becoming and unbecoming, and these are things that people have to talk about. That insecurity is causing problems in neighboring countries, especially Cameroon. You know, people are fleeing from Boko Haram, Fulani herdsmen, straight all the way into Bamenda and all of these things. Come on, man.
You have more than 180,000 Cameroonian refugees in Nigeria.
Yeah, but those people are of no impact than what is happening. They have no impact. They are causing no problems in Nigeria. The ones that are fleeing from Nigeria instead causing more problems because, you know, a lot of things are happening. I mean, we have to accept these things, but I mean, we shouldn't take it no more.
Hold on. Kezo, you notice that you see, this guy says Africa's out. When are you going to finish? 30 minutes session.
I just got on the panel. Look, Africa needs to sit. They need to, guys, hold on. Africans need to sit their eyes down and ask a question. But what is really happening in Africa? What is going on? Why are we not doing this? Why are we not doing that? You know, sit down and see what is happening in Kenya. I just turned on TikTok and realized that Kenyans were still on the street. You know, it wasn't just because of taxes, but they also need bread, all these basic necessities. You know, their government is not giving it back to them. It just makes no sense that we come on panel every day and cry, but nothing is happening. Left to right, east to west, north to south. I'm done, man. So I'm just, you know, to Nigeria, you can go ahead and say something, you know.
Thank you. You see why we cannot solve any problem and why we have to send some of them towards the south. But point is that
can you elaborate on that? Elaborate on that.
You notice why we're discussing a topic regarding reality and all the rest, and we just change topic within a swivel of a sentence, and we get stuck in there. We have to exercise some discipline and remain objective until the topic, and also respect this in the channel, you know, the topic we're discussing about reality, because some of the things people are saying is forcing me to think that there is nothing like this thing, nothing. If there's nothing like nothing, then what remains outside the universe? Is it just a potential and stuff? So we have to try to stick to topic instead of drifting, because we'll always have chance to talk about the grievances of who is that guy? Bantu, this thing. I don't know who he is. Point is that we can address his issues later. Let's stick to the topic.
What do you mean that you guys send some Bantus out to West Africa? What do you mean by that?
Oh, no. Point is that, you know, he likes to claim that the Bantus are special. I tried to tell him that we kicked them out of Nigeria because they were losers. And we chased them and kept chasing them.
You never kicked the Bantu out of Nigeria. No, you never did. You never did. The Bantus have a small population in the southeastern Nigeria. It's not all of Nigeria. But the Bantu homeland main itself is Cameroon. And that never changed.
So hold on. Do you think there was a map then? There was no map. There was no nonsense. Like it was not like
of course,
Nigeria.
I agree with you. There was no map then, but
So-
even as now as the map has been divided, the majority of the Bantu homeland still remains Cameroon.
Sorry, Tunaja.
Yes.
I thought we were talking about the meaning of nothingness and having all this.
Exactly. Yeah. All these people refuse to.
And then are we back to Nigeria bashing again? Or we do that?
Everything was interrupted. Let's go back to what we were discussing, please. Yeah.
So the nothingness we're discussing, is it a form of potential, mindless potential with infinite possibilities? But if that is true, that is definitely a creator. However, is it just a concept? It's almost that's the nothingness. Like when you say the creator of the universe as we see it, or multiverse, or whatever form of reality you want to explain. If that creator is outside the universe as we know it, is outside time, then it is when we say something comes out of nothing, that nothing is actually something to an extent. So in other words, a kind of, if it's a mind, it's not a mind that we can understand. So I'll try to just see it as a form of potential ability to do anything. And because technically, even if physicists acknowledge that negative and positive energies can emanate from nothing, as long as they are equal in opposite direction and they go on to create a universe as you see fit now. So there has to be something before that happens. So that's something, even if it's called nothing, but it has to be a potential. Because even if there's something emerged from zero to something, because they have opposite charges, but that zero is not zero as we know it, but it's almost like zero is the creator itself, is where creation happens. It's a bit weird. I don't even know how to describe it. It's really strange. It's a point of potential. Let's put it that way.
Interesting.
Singularity, I guess people like to call it singular.
If we're looking at the concept of, like we've stated earlier, there is no such a thing as nothing, and like I explained, that this is very complex, and even the best scientific minds of our time still have not been able to grasp this concept of what is nothing and what is the space-time continuum itself, because we are not only talking about what is outside of space and time, but we are also talking about dimensions here. And we are beginning to come to the realization that it is possible that even within this our own dimension itself, there may be other dimensions interacting within this our own dimension, but we cannot see it. It's just like what they call them alternate reality.
Sorry, my friend. That theory already does exist. There's a theory that says there's a parallel universe that runs conversely to the universe that we exist within. So that's already been theorized.
Exactly. That is a concept that we begin to believe more and more that it actually does exist. Because even sometimes we may see glitches from different from various from time to time, and there's even a discussion right now whether if some of these unidentified vessels that we cannot explain, that they display characteristics of technology that is way beyond human imagination, that some of them may be from other universes, other galaxies, or maybe from parallel universes, or from because alternate reality may exist in other universes, we'll call parallel universes, but we might be operating in the same space with all the dimensions run parallel to our own, but which we cannot actually see them. There may be a copy of us in many of these dimensions doing the same thing, or something having a complete different destiny from what we are doing right now. So the concept of nothing, that was something that was being discussed sometime a couple decades ago by scientists. But as of this moment, I don't know any scientist who's going to say there's anything as nothing. Nothing does not exist. And like I said before, Niger, is that in order to create a universe that operates in time, you must live outside of time. You must be outside of time. You cannot live in time and create a universe that operates in time. You can't. You must be outside of time itself. So the concept of God, we don't even know. That's why I was saying before that I do not believe that we have ever heard the name of the creator itself, or that we even know whether it's a male or a female, or it's an entity or it's an energy. We cannot tell, because the very concept of God itself, we have to be something that is way beyond even our own imagination. We can't even think of it. We are not our brains are not even capable to grasp what this being can actually be. All these things that we are doing right now, we say religion, God is this. In fact, the God we are describing in this our earthly religion is like a person, it's like a man, it's like an ordinary person, an angry person, a vindictive person, wicked, willing to kill, willing to say, if you don't do this, I will not give you this. Unless you do this, that is not a God. That is a man. That's the attitude of a mortal, not a supreme being that created this universe, which is so vast that if we can only just the same universe itself, the one we can actually observe, is mind-boggling. Talk less of the endless universe that we cannot even see. The one we can observe is mind-boggling. We are just like a sun, a tiny sun in a beach in an ocean. We are nothing. We are in the scale of the universe. We're absolutely nothing.
So let me just ask though. Let's say you have a situation where there is only potential, and that potential is capable of creating, because it's infinite potential, it's capable of creating infinite, making infinite creations. So it can start from the tiniest thing. It can create just one photon, but it's not going to matter because nobody is there to observe it. It can create anything. You can create one forest, the forest disappears. You can create matter disappears, but until it creates what we are now, we wouldn't exist. So maybe what we are now is just the current state of that potential, which is, you can, for want of a better word, the creator. So what we are now is that state, and it will change, and when it changes, a different state will take place. So do you think, God, that is one of the only ways one can imagine this thing, that kind of situation where it creates time, it creates this space, because that is one of the things, that's its current state. It's created other things before, but we just are not there to observe it. You see what I mean? So, and why are we even able to observe it? What is it? So from that point of view, is it that we are able to observe it because it desires the ability to be able to observe its own creation? So this is why some people will argue that our consciousness comes from the creator itself, from the point of view that it's trying to observe itself. I don't know how to explain it, but that's as close as I can get.
Can I kind of explain it? Like when we think of air, right? Air is made of different things. Like it's got hydrogen, nitrogen, carbon, a whole bunch of other stuff in it, right? We can't see it, but we breathe it, and it's real, even though you can't see it. So it's like a person say, air exists, it's move, and then when it moves, it changes to wind because in the movement, and as it changes, you can observe it because you can see it affecting things around it. The same thing about light. Without the light bouncing off and stuff, and then reflecting into our eyes, we receive it as information so we can see what's visibly around us. But that also proves that there's things around us that we can't see. You see what I'm saying? Because without the light, you wouldn't be able to see it, but it's still there. Same thing with your consciousness. So like you could look at something, and then like you could look at your room, close your eyes, but yet you can still envision the room, but now you're not using your eyes, but yet you're still using vision.
Yeah, I believe that, like, the way I look at this is that I strongly believe that, like, the question I asked, like, why do we observe it? Did the creator want us to observe it or not? I think yes, because the universe is complex. Like you have to also understand we are made up of the same stuff that is made in the universe. The same, every material that contains the universe, we are made out of that same stuff. So there are those who believe that maybe the universe itself may be alive because we are made up of the same stuff. It's like the reason why we're even here is kind of why are we even here? Yeah, why are we here? And why were we born here? You see a situation where I've often said that the way we were born and the day we die is like you get up from sleep where you never went to sleep, and then you went to sleep, and then you get up from sleep where you never went to sleep. That is the day you were born. You just wake up and you're alive from wherever you came from, and then you went back to sleep at some point again. So we have to be the fact that the day you were born, you begin to observe, you came alive, you are conscious. That consciousness to me is not part of the biological brain itself. It must operate outside of that brain, because the very concept of having a child who is born and then doesn't speak at all, and then maybe the parents speak Spanish or Yoruba or Igbo or whatever language, and then within a short period of time, this child that was not speaking all of a sudden begin to speak that language, which may be so difficult for someone else to learn and actually speak fluently, is something that we must ask question. How did he learn? How did he or she learn this language?
Yeah, can I take up that question?
Go ahead.
So that's a great question to pose. Now, when we think of it, when babies are born, they're not racist and this, that, and the third, right?
Yeah.
And then if you think about what they call our conscious mind, what we usually use in our subconscious mind, basically when you're first born, you're using your conscious mind. So you're kind of using the most ultimate part of your brain. And now you're being introduced these things, exactly what you're saying, the process and being to indoctrinate into this world.
Yeah.
Like when you take a bag of goldfish and then you put it in the water, you gotta let it adjust the temperature, then you let it out. Then they start becoming a part of the environment. But at that point, they're actually using their subconscious, the real conscious.
Observe.
And observe it. Thank you. And then the subconscious brain observes everything.
Yes.
So even if something could trigger you to feel a certain way, but you didn't realize, it's your subconscious mind actually remembering that, but your conscious mind is not aware of that. So
pure observation. We wake up from sleep when we never went to sleep. That's the day we were born with open eye. Oh, where is this place? Who are these people? Oh, this is my mom. I know that voice. This is my dad. I know that voice. Then we went to sleep at some point in life and we never wake up again. It's the same process, just like a circle. So to me, consciousness is not part of the human brain, and it exists outside of the human brain because, like what we see, like we talk about reality. It's like our consciousness is what allows us to observe and to make sense of things. For example, I see a table. Yes, I know it is a table. Yes, but what is it made of? That's where the consciousness comes in. This is a table, yes. It must have been constructed by something, yes, because it is not natural, but what is it made of? Our consciousness is what guides us to make sense of things that do not make sense. Our consciousness is what guides us to create realities for ourselves, experience for ourselves. Because from the day we're born and the day we sleep and never wake up, we have created so many experiences for ourselves that we are no longer thinking like the day we wake up from sleep. And there's no way you can say that all this experience is part of the brain, because the brain recognizes patterns, but the brain is not capable of making sense of exactly what we are seeing. That has to be consciousness, because consciousness is what creates experience, not just pure observation, but what creates experience and what makes sense of what I experience. What you can recognize that this is Kazan, this is Peter. Oh, I met him 20 years ago. That is not just an issue of pure brain. That has to have some power of consciousness of what it is. And I don't just think that this can just disappear in just a minute after we go to sleep and never wake up.
I think, if you want to start deconstructing consciousness, that could get very iffy, because the idea of consciousness is that, your camera is on. So the idea of consciousness is that, one, what if it's just a kind of conceptualizing aspect of the brain? Because the brain has to make sense of the world, so it creates a form of continuity in terms of consciousness, so that it can be able to make sense of it. Does that in any way diminish the mystical and the experience that we are having? I don't think it diminishes anything, because the current universe we exist in, this reality we exist in, is just as mysterious as what we can't see. Because we are here and we don't know how, and we don't know why, and we will be here and we will go, and we don't know what matters after we go. We know.
Hey, Tanaja, can I say something about that? Like, when people question, like, what's the meaning of life, why we're here, I think the real question that we should be thinking about is, since we're here and we don't know about all those questions, what are we going to do with our time that we're here? That's the more important question.
I think that it's also important to know why, because if you don't know why, you can't necessarily determine what you are going to do next. At least you know your decision making may be impaired, because if you don't know why, you decide to go and do something, you might just be groping in the dark. You see, so my take is that understanding consciousness itself is a very, very tricky thing, because just like people ascribe some aspects of our reality to spiritual realm, you can't do that without any concrete evidence of knowing that consciousness is outside the body, because we don't have any way of determining that. The only one we know is that within our minds, we are able to conceptualize the world. We are able to, what most people regard as consciousness is basically memory, really. Your ability to recognize faces and all the rest of it. It's just your memory storage. If all that is wiped out, you won't remember that face anymore. And we know people have lost their memory.
If you can limit consciousness to the brain, it means we can then comfortably say that there is no afterlife. If we can limit consciousness to the brain.
Of course, there doesn't have to be any afterlife for the universe.
But that is a problem, because
why is it a problem?
If that is the case, then it means life has no meaning.
No, it has meaning.
No, it can have. Why would it have a meaning?
Because just like everything else, you come and you go, and when you go, you don't know where you're going to. For all you know, you're going to a totally different form of reality.
What happens to your consciousness when you go? You cannot say there's no afterlife. You can't say that. What happens to your consciousness?
The reason why there is because one, there is no evidence of afterlife. One.
Well, we will disagree with that.
It doesn't exist.
Yeah, but if you don't have any evidence, you make a claim.
We may not have anybody who have gone and come back. But scientists have gotten close, like they have conducted several near-death experiences for thousands of people, millions of people all over the world, and even doctors have tested, and some have concluded that there is a high possibility of an afterlife, because we have seen situations where people who have been declared medically dead, but somehow they consider activities within their brain, even though they have been declared dead.
Let me say this. You see, there are psychedelic drugs out there that
can not a drug. No, not drugs.
Sorry, let me explain what I'm trying to say. There are psychedelic drugs out there that can alter your brain chemistry, and they can induce all forms of reality for you.
No.
Let me try to get the point through, because if your brain can be altered to see things, what makes you think when somebody's near death, when this whole system is stressed, the brain will not also be stressed and will not experience all forms of experiences. And the idea, if you think about it, it's not universally one experience people have. It's different based on the circumstances they are in. So if every time every one of them go and say, this is exactly what I see, you know there's one afterlife.
No.
There's nothing like that.
A psychedelic drug cannot cause somebody who has been declared medically dead to be able to observe what is going on outside the building of that hospital or of that house. Cannot go and see what is on the rooftop of that building. Cannot tell what discussion that was made in that room when the person was medically dead, who came in, who went out, and who were in the corridor. What were they saying? That is not psychedelic drugs. We are talking about real out-of-body experiences. This has been tested in hospitals by intensive care doctors, and they have done this for several years. This is not a tested research that has been done. It has nothing to do with drugs.
But the problem with that is, one, is non-measurable, not repeatable.
It is measurable.
Hold on. Sorry, let me finish. Not measurable, not repeatable, and definitely not scalable. See, if it was measurable, they would have figured it out by now. You think just putting people to that experience and having them experience that effect would not be possible? See, there could be other explanations for what was happening that you are ascribing to some kind of extra spiritual kind of experience.
No, I'm not talking about spiritual. I'm talking about spiritual. We're talking about out of body experience, not spiritual. It has nothing to do with spiritual. We're talking about out of body experiences, things that were tested by intensive care doctors who are qualified doctors for many years. They documented it, and this was measured even using hospital equipment of people who died and were declared medically dead. Many of these doctors who were unbelievers, who did not believe that there is an afterlife, most of them have come to agree that there is something there. Even though we cannot 100% say that we can go there and check it for ourselves, but based on the examination and the test that has been carried for thousands of people all over the world, some of those doctors have agreed that there is something there.
They're not agreed. They're not even close to being agreed because there's zero evidence for it. All we see
are you just arguing, or you?
No, I'm not arguing.
I'm saying that there are research out there with doctors who have come to the conclusion that there is something out there, and they hold press conferences and give examples and even show how these tests were carried. You say they do not agree.
If it was
some do not. That is true. But you cannot just speak in a blatantly and say,
fine. Let's agree that some do believe that there is some credit to this. I'm not saying that there are no cases where people reported certain events. I'm saying that the explanation for it may be wrong, because the human mind is a very, very astounding machine. And I don't know what I should call it, a machine, whatever you want to call it. However, the ability for us to do things, because if you look at how geniuses sometimes can be created, when you have a genius and the things they can do, it transcends stuff that most human beings cannot even be able to think about.
Do you agree that do you believe that there are multiple, that there are what they call alternate universes or parallel multiverses and then parallel dimensions within
until you have direct proof of that, you can't.
Then this is a problem.
See, you can't base your decision making on speculation. You can have educated guesses, but you can't speculate.
Do you believe that we are alone in the universe?
Whether there is another being.
No. You believe that you are the only intelligent beings in the universe?
My own argument for saying that I can argue it both ways. I don't know. That's the truth.
Okay, then you are not speaking that you don't know. You have been speaking in the affirmative.
Yeah, but we shouldn't be saying that we know stuff. All I'm saying is that I'm saying that don't say you know stuff when you don't know.
I did not say I know. I said they have carried research and they have come to the conclusion that there is something there.
But yeah, they don't know.
Yes, something there doesn't mean that they have 100% figured out it there, but they have seen that there must be something there.
There is something there. I'm not saying there's nothing there.
Is. If you believe,
your problem is that you are saying this. You are saying there's something there, but you are making a leap from that something
I was just telling you that
spiritual experience.
No, I'm not talking about spiritual experience. I'm telling you that this has been done by scientists. And scientists have come to the conclusion. Some scientists and even doctors in intensive care facilities have come after thousands of research, have come to the conclusion that there is something. That's what I was telling you. I was not telling you that I said that there is a 100% proof, but based on research that has been
after death. That is what I'm trying to address.
Yes,
because
the absence of something does not mean that it doesn't exist. True. Like I cannot sit here and say, "Oh, we are the only intelligent beings in the whole world." That would be arrogant and stupid for me to say that.
You are declaring something. Well, what I'm saying is that you should not declare when you are not sure.
You
don't have any evidence for it.
No, I was talking about research that has been done. Whether I'm sure or not is irrelevant.
the conclusion of the research is still not sure. You are
Well,
the
no,
one making a leap.
they said they believe there is something there. Whether it is 100% proven or not, it is irrelevant. I was
What
barely
something? What is the something they believe that is
I
there?
was stating it was not
What
for
is
you
this
to
something?
argue that it was not for you to argue that, or it is not real. The point is, if they say there's something there, maybe there's something, maybe there is not. But according to
My
them,
point
there's
is that
something.
what are they saying? There's something that they telling you that there is a spiritual entity that lives after human
Why do
beings.
we keep mixing spiritual? Why every time you do with
Okay,
spiritual?
let's
Hold on. Can I
let's
say this?
are they
There's a
saying that
comment.
there's
There's
life
a
after
comment
death?
explaining it.
Did they
There's
say
two
that there's
levels.
life
There's
after
two
death?
levels
They
to
didn't say that, did
consciousness,
they?
right? So one of them is like when you think of your mental, you can't see your mental, but that doesn't define that as spiritual. As you think in your head, that's mental. That's a different dimension, but it's real. But that's
Yes,
not
it's
defined
not
as
spiritual.
spiritual.
There are some
Thank
things
you.
that are based on
I
concepts.
get
They are not.
what you're
They are
saying.
abstract. They are abstract. It's like saying 1 + 1 is 2, but it's not real. It's not physical. It's abstract. If you want to say there are spiritual, like your mind now, I can grab your mind. It's an abstract thing. Your physical brain that does this stuff, does this in the actual calculation in terms of an abstract concept. You're able to see things. That's what maybe when people say life after that, you can say it's abstract, but it's not real in terms of the
It's not even a matter of
measurable
abstract.
stuff.
If we can accept that the universe is so complex that there is so much that we don't even know about even our own selves. We must also understand. We must if we have to accept that there are parallel universes, possible. Let me say possible parallel universes, possible alternate multi universes. Then we must also accept that the very nature of man itself, that we are able to love somebody, maybe we're able to have compassion on somebody. This may go way beyond the normal brain function. That the brain may be a carrier, but we must also accept that our consciousness may be something totally, a different personality from our own self, from our own physical body. So we should always keep an open mind. We cannot just say because there is no proof, because I cannot prove it means it does not exist.
I think you're mistaking me. I think you're mistaking me saying
I'm giving
that.
my concept. No, I'm not mistaken. I'm just giving my own concept.
Okay, when you finish, let me
Yes,
know.
because we do not see something, we cannot say it because we cannot prove. If we cannot prove it, it means it does not exist. Okay, we can also prove that we have not seen God. Then we can assume that okay, there's no proof God does not exist. I don't know. That means most people should just say, I don't know if God exists or not because there's no proof. I've never seen him.
So the point you're making is that you use a lot of may, might. When you're doing that, what it is telling you is that there is no real evidence for what you are talking about.
I am not being effective.
And I want to be unbiased. I want to be
Let me
unbiased.
finish what I'm saying. Genocide, let me finish what I'm saying. Hold on, I'm talking. Don't keep interrupting me. You've interrupted me a few times already. When he finishes, you should go ahead.
Okay. But make sure
so let me
me
finish what I'm saying. So the idea is that if you don't have conclusion for anything, just admit that it's unknown. It's still an unknown, because the reason why it's unknown is because you don't have any clear evidence to describe it precisely as one thing or the other. Because like I can say 1 + 1 is 2 because the concept is real. If you say one toothpick of the same type, you add one to the other, it gives you 2 of it. That's a concept that can be verified. But when you say some entity can live on outside the body, you have to be able to substantiate it by saying, okay, this person has passed on, but now look at the evidence that this person exists, and look at the memory, because this person exists. Look at his memory; he can still demonstrate his memory. He can still demonstrate his the cognizance of that person, even if it's immaterial. The being is not physical, but there is no evidence of that. All the evidence we have so far is linked to the physical body, and that physical body has experiences with his mind. And we know, this is one of the things we always forget. We know there are very unusual human beings in the world that have different ways of perceiving the world. And that is coming straight, the same thing from the mind. They can see things that normal human beings cannot see. And when people are close to death, what makes you think the mind doesn't go through all kinds of different stages that could alter their normal perception of reality, that they can see things beyond what they would not normally be able to see?
Why would they do that if they have been declared medically dead?
When you have been declared medically dead, they are telling you that the body, in terms of the
the body medically dead, sitting in
the brain doesn't necessarily die. The brain
is in the hospital bed. How does the brain can be able to see what is in the corridor of the building in the hospital, or see what is outside of that building?
They don't have to see directly. They may have. You see, that's the thing about the mind. He may have already constructed it at first. He may have picked up something around it.
No. And that's not what I'm talking about. I'm not talking about what they have constructed. I'm talking about what is happening at the time when they have been declared medically dead. When they have declared medically dead, they have hooked up in the machines in the hospital, declared medically dead. Does the brain allow them to go from room to room to see what is going on in the corridor, what people are saying, even outside of the building itself, or people even have experience in to see what their family member was doing, even in their home at the time when they were already medically dead in the hospital? Does the brain have the capacity to do?
I don't think that they went to their home and
that's why I've said that
if you have proof of that, you provide proof.
Yes.
Can be measured.
Doctors have documented this. Researchers have documented this. It is you can find this research. Many universities have documented this research on thousands of people, and they have documented it and tested it to be real, to be factual.
And even then, what you are saying still doesn't conclude anything. It could be.
Nobody's talking about conclusion. I don't know why you.
But you are talking about conclusion.
No. I am just stating what happened. But you keep using the word "I am concluded." I'm not speaking the affirmative. You accused me of saying may. Yes, because I using the word may because I was giving possible scenarios. I was not speaking the affirmative.
Fine. Let's say you are saying that. Then why do you have issues with me saying that there's no real?
Because you are saying that there is no that word that there is no. That is the issue.
There is no evidence
that's an affirmative.
It exists.
You are speaking in an affirmative. That is the problem.
It's wanting to say
there is a possible.
Hold on. It's a fact to say there is no conclusion to say it exists.
Well, that is the problem. You are speaking in the affirmative.
I'm speaking in the affirmative that there is no conclusion that stuff exists.
Well, it will be better to say it might exist, it may not. I don't know.
Yeah, but it's still you are saying the same thing I'm saying.
You mean that you are aware of? You mean that you are aware of?
Okay, let the other guy speak. Let the other guy speak.
I acknowledge what you said, but you're not acknowledging what I said.
Let the other guy speak. Yeah, maybe let the other people speak.
And can I say something after him, please?
Yeah, go ahead.
And I'm gonna be brief. Go ahead. Go ahead. The other dude was about to speak. He might be finished, but look.
So no, I wasn't actually saying anything. I was just saying, don't be categorical. You can only say that you are aware of. You cannot say something does not exist. You can only
there's no evidence. Yeah, that is true.
To your awareness, yes, to your awareness.
To everybody's awareness, there's no categorical evidence for it where we can demonstrate it repeatedly.
Well, that may be relative. That may be relative to you. There are people who may actually have gone through the experience who believe that it exists. So this may be something that is relative. You cannot take your experience on certain situation and say there is no evidence, while there are some people who have gone through the experience who categorically believe that it does exist. It is relative.
Sorry, okay, sorry, it's not you. There's noise coming from genocide. See, I hear what you are saying, but you're not hearing what I'm saying. I know that some people believe these things. I know some people have done research that makes them give them a level of confidence that there is something to this, even they too have acknowledged that they've not raised the evidence level to a level that is even close to a scientifically acceptable standard. My point is that I'm saying that because of that, factually, there is no conclusive evidence that this is a phenomenon that you describe as after-life experience, which is also true. That is the whole point. We are all saying similar stuff, but because I'm coming across from the other point of view, you don't want to accept it. But even if I understand what you are saying, that people have done this, I used to, if you ask me, even till now, I will say I lean towards people having such experience. Question is, what is creating that experience? Like there is a research that some scientists did. They found out that human beings have the ability to find the direction of food beyond the normal average. Why? They can't find. They don't know why. They say maybe it's an old sense that we used to have. That some people, they have above average statistical level of being able to detect the direction where they are going to find food. So what does that mean? Because they can't explain it. They can't check the human brain to find where this stuff is, but the result is showing it. And that is when the result shows it and you can demonstrate it, you can run from it. That tells you that there are things we don't understand about our realities.
Exactly the point we are saying, that there are things we don't understand about our reality. That is true. That's why stop speaking in the affirmative, because sometimes this experience may express themselves to people in relative manner. So one man's experience may not be that of another person. Because we cannot definitely prove that something exists doesn't mean that it does not exist. But I get your point when you said that there's no conclusion. Of course, there's no conclusion. That's what we're saying. But that does not mean it doesn't exist. So in this case, I cannot dismiss the case of other people who have had this experience as just pure something experience of the brain, because most of them, based on what even some scientists have documented, shows that this go way beyond brain functions, and even it is something that they cannot explain. That something in some point was even registered in some instrument that they use to test whether actually the body, when somebody passed away, whether the weight of the body becomes the same or becomes lighter. And they have tested these cases in some cases, and they could see the difference at the time somebody passed away. Immediately, that something has happened. But the point I'm making is, I cannot dismiss the experience of other people, because I've come to the conclusion that this experience is relative to those who experience it, and you cannot convince those people that it was not real. To them, it was 100% real. And most doctors who have dealt in emergency facilities with people who have died, or those who have worked in hospices in many countries, their testimony of what they have witnessed has convinced them that there is a life after life. But as I've said, it is relative. It's not for me to say it was not conclusive. But all I can say to myself is, it will be, if there is no afterlife, if there is no life after life, then life itself becomes meaningless. Then there is no need, there is no reason for one to want to make a purpose of anything.
Let me just explain my reasoning here. One of my reasoning is that most religions around the world believe certain things, and then they have some things right, they get some things wrong, and there's a lot of beliefs in many religions that have been found to be a little bit erroneous. And when you have that is because of belief. That is not because of evidence-based approach to things. And if you look at historically, you find that during the historical how history is unraveling, you find that the scientific method was developed. The idea was that whenever we want to believe something, we have to have evidence for it. We have to check, and we have to have other people check. We have to check and repeat it and test it, because that is a superior way of taking things forward. That is why we are able to go to the moon. That's why we're able to be able to talk from different parts of the world right now, because some people have done their due diligence to develop these processes. And if you want to start tearing down these processes based on belief, then you will be setting humanity backward. My point is that we have to keep things that are not demonstrably tested in terms of have proper evidence for these things where they belong, in terms of, yes, it's still unknown, because we have to be sure-footed in the way we are approaching knowledge, because knowledge is not something you just make up. If you keep making it up, then you are in the realm of superstition. So that's the reason why I come across as if I'm just dismissing it. Not because I don't know it doesn't exist.
I agree. You're using the practical terms, but you're using the practical terms, and which is something also I'm saying, because like I said to you, I'm not talking here. I was not talking about spiritual. I'm not a religious person. In fact, I don't go to church. I don't believe in any religion. I believe all religions are scam, 100% scam. So I don't believe in anything unclean spirit. In my belief is that there's a possibility that the multiverses or the parallel dimensions, it is possible that consciousness is just swinging from one dimension to the other. It has nothing to do with heaven or has nothing to do with hell, but because, as I said, that when children are born, they became conscious, and something has to come from somewhere. Nothing comes from nothing. So where did that consciousness came from? That the child became aware. What makes us aware? Because it's one thing to have a brain, but what makes us aware? That awareness is what the consciousness bring into our brain. So, like I was said to you, like I said, I am not here to talk about anything spiritual, but what I am saying is that the universe is so complex that we cannot be using words like affirmative in everything. It's so. In fact, we know very little about ourselves. Very little. There is no reasonable scientist who's going to tell you that consciousness is in the brain. In the past, most scientists will say that, but now it's an open debate. Most people don't know, because the more you study it, the more you study reality, the more you study awareness, the more it becomes very complex of what we are dealing with here. But even over time, we still have many years to figure out exactly what is consciousness, whether it's part of our brain or is something that exists outside of our brain is another question. So I'm not talking about heaven and hell here or spiritual stuff. No. I'm talking about pure science. And when I refer to the near-death experiences, these are not things that were conducted by pastors or in the churches. These were things that were done by scientists and doctors in hospitals they were able to measure those things in hospital. They were to come out with their findings. It has nothing to do with spirituality or beliefs.
That's fine. So then we are back to the purpose of our.
Why are the other people and nobody saying anything?
Because they don't want to say anything. If they want to say anything, they will say something.
Okay, go ahead.
They are not. This Ikezo is not here. That Manco is very capable of holding our own.
Yeah.
King Genocide, I've known him for a long time. So, but it's an interesting discussion on its own.
Yeah.
I'm still trying to educate myself on it.
Yeah, that's true. I believe with you. Like I said, this is something that even the best minds of our time have struggled to try to figure out exactly what's going on. Yeah. It's
Can I give a brief outer body experience that I had?
Yeah, go ahead, brother. Go ahead.
Okay, and I try to make it fast, but so it could have been a dream. It could have been a dream. I don't know. So I was like in elementary school. I was laying down on the couch. My mom, my brother, we was all in the living room watching TV. So I kind of fell asleep, right? But then when I woke up, right, as I'm laying down, I went to go get up, like my torso, like my upper half, like I got up. But when I got up, I noticed like everything kind of looked at like you know how you can adjust the vision on your camera setting to kind of make it look not like black and white, but like kind of a little bit different. It's like it wasn't blurry, it just didn't look right. And then I went to go get up, and then I noticed, I looked back, I could see myself, my body, like I was still laying completely down, but like let's just call it, and this could have been just a dream. But this happened to me, and I'm just being honest. It might have been a dream, might have been an out-of-body experience. I got a little scared. I said, you know what? I can get up and do. I said, you know what? No. The first thing I did, I said, nah, just hop right. Look, and I instead of getting back up, I did the exact opposite. I'm like, nah, let me go ahead and lay right back down. And I woke up. I told my mom, my brother about it. I was like, holy shit.
You went back and lay back on your body, and you wake up, and you remember what you saw.
Everything was just kind of still. The room just seemed kind of still. It didn't look like they was doing nothing. Something was wrong. So like instead of moving and like to get up, something said, "Oh nah." And my vision, like I never had a dream where my vision was like all my dreams. Like you know how you can see clear vision now. That one was a little different.
Yeah, like a black and white camera.
Yeah, not like that, but like you know how we got these different filters, everything black and white. It's one of those kind. It was more like a little unsaturated or something. I'm not describing it right because it's hard to explain. stuff that's foreign. You feel me? But I did have that experience. Was it a dream? Was it out of body experience? I don't know, but I'm just being out there and genuine, honest. Since
Yeah.
y'all did bring that up.
Yeah, like I said before, these things are relative, and it will be difficult to have a universal answer to it because the experience of everybody is different. But there are people who have gone through days that they can tell you that at that time they were able to go somewhere, they witnessed their relative or a loved one somewhere was doing specific thing at that time, which they were able to tell them exactly what they were doing when they wake up from that near death experience. He said, I saw you 10 kilometers away, you're doing this specific thing. So it is complex. Like it wanted me to dismiss it and say, yeah, but scientists were able to test these theories and believe that what people were saying were true.
See, there are many physical phenomena that appear remarkably correlative. It appears there's a clear explanation for it. What should bother you is if it's not repeatable. Because when things correlate, generally they tend to be more easily repeatable, and it tends to happen quite frequently. Because it's okay, let's say that event you described, let's say that was true. We don't know how it occurred. Maybe, just maybe there is a form of way that we are capable of communicating without necessarily doing it physically. Maybe there's a kind of sense that we have of things, or maybe it's just random, because others that don't make sense, we dismiss them. The one that makes sense, that got it right, because that's what they call confirmation bias, isn't it? Something that you know, when you believe in something, let's say you are expecting to see blue all day, then when you see red, you don't care. But the moment you see blue matters. You see what I mean? So that too could be playing into it. So we don't necessarily, because if it was true, then you can now, chances are that you'll be seeing more and more concrete evidence for these things.
Yeah, but the problem is when you use the word repetition, not everybody has a near-death experience. Now, some people will just die and never come back. Not everybody. Some people are declared medically dead and never wake up. Some are declared medically dead and they wake up.
Everybody dies.
We cannot have a repetition of everything. Besides, and like I said, this is relative. One man's experience cannot be the same like someone else's own. So we cannot be repeating. We cannot replicate the experiences of life. So we're not in a scientific laboratory where we have to be testing. If you cannot repeat itself, if it's not real. No. That's not where we are dealing with this. These are personal experiences. These are relative issues, and it's not open to be repeated in lab. It might repeat itself in different form, in different ways, but it can never be the same.
I agree with you that it's very hard to test some things. However, if we cannot find any concrete way of demonstrating it to be real, then we have to leave it at something that we don't fully understand it, but still under study.
The universe itself, with the massive energy in the universe, like the dark matter and the dark energy, we know they are there, but we cannot touch it, but we know they are there.
But think about it from this point of view, and because you said something that it may be the reason why people gravitate towards this direction, that without spiritual existence, life has no meaning. And I think that may be a mistake to think life has no meaning without spiritual experience. I actually think what we're having now is just as spiritual as anything, because it's as mysterious as they come. Everything about our existence is mysterious. We don't know where we came from, why we're here, and we're going to go. We experience things that by and large we try to understand as more, make sense of it. We see a universe that is so massive that we don't even come close to comprehending what it's made of. So it's a very, very spiritual or mysterious experience that we're having right now. And sometimes we miss that and go into our minds and start creating something else. So go ahead.
Yeah, let Chooks come in. Chooks.
Tunaja, I had a couple of questions for you. You mentioned that about the ability to detect things in reality things of that nature. But there are many things that only exist in the minds of human beings that we cannot detect in reality. For instance, social justice, world peace, gender identity. These are concepts that only exist in the minds of human beings that can never be detected in reality. So are you saying that any concept in the human mind is not real? Like, in order for something to be real, you have to be able to detect it in reality. Is that what you're...
Yeah, I think what you are describing is a concept of how we organize our societies. It's not physically real. It's just a way of describing how we want to organize ourselves. So the concept of justice is a concept, and you can describe it as being real when a certain set of behavior has been met. So it's not that set of behavior. You can now decide that I will name this behavior, just like we choose meanings of words. I will give it a name. Let's say bottle is a bottle. We could decide to call a bottle something else. So that set of behavior, which we as human beings create that concept.
Excuse me, but philosophers cannot agree on what justice is. This is one of the things about philosophers. Nobody can agree on what is justice. So to say that you can detect justice in reality is a misnomer. There's no agreement on what is justice.
No. It's a set of that's what I mean. That's why I say we create the concept of justice. It's not real in terms of something you can grab onto physically. It's just a way of doing things. It's a concept. Because concepts they remain concepts, and the real world is part of the real world to an extent. It's our way of making sense of the world.
How is it not real but part of the real world? Either it is real or it isn't real.
No. That's why I say it is real in terms of as a means of us making sense of the world. That's why it is real. There are various ways we make sense of the world. Concept is one of them. We try to say, you know what, we have to avoid the dark because, that dark side involves bad things because it's not good for us. The same thing, we have to go for justice because justice is good for us because it means that we do better instead of operating in anarchy. We've tested the anarchy and it didn't work well. So human beings gravitate towards the concepts that means that they enjoy or have more experience of life.
So even if concepts cannot be detected in reality, then they are still real. I just want to be clear. These cannot be detected in reality, but it still exists.
See, if I say like you now, your name is Chuku, is that real?
No, that's my name is Chuku. So you can look at my birth certificate and say yes. This is...
Yeah, but I can't grab the name now. Can I grab? Is the name something I can grab physically? I can't grab the name. It's just a concept of recognizing you, the physical being.
No, I think we're shifting a little bit. I'm talking about the concept of justice. So you're saying that unless you can detect it in reality, it's not real. There's no way to measure justice. There's no units that justice is measured in.
You can't definitely measure it in the real world.
In what units can you measure justice? How do you know when you have detected justice?
Because you create a parameter for it. You can say, okay, if somebody murders people, the person has to be life imprisonment. So you create that parameter for it, and when that parameter has been met, you say justice has been done.
All right, but then can everybody be in agreement on that concept of justice, or is it just relative to your specific culture in a specific time?
Exactly. It's a human construct. We create it for our own well-being. It's a human construct. It's different from other people.
So if it's real because we created it, why isn't God real?
No, I didn't say God was not real. I did acknowledge that there is a creator. But if you create certain things and you create it in a way that it benefits you, you can argue that it is real, but it's not in terms of the physical world where you can demonstrate something. It doesn't exist.
But you put a limitation on something. It's not real if you can't detect it. So I was just trying to...
No, you can't detect it. Like I said, you can't detect justice, the word itself on its own, and the concept on its own. because the concept is an abstract term. But in terms of when you want to measure it in the real world, you can now translate it to the real world. Just like when somebody says 1 + 1 is 2, it's a concept. But you have, if you want to bring it into the real world, you have to bring two entities, like say 2 screwdrivers, 1 screwdriver plus another screwdriver, it gives you 2 screwdrivers. That's the physical aspect of this, but it's from a concept to a real real world. You see what I mean? So there's a bit of separation between them.
But math is universal. 1 + 1 is 1 + 1 is 2 everywhere throughout the world.
Yes.
But justice, what you call justice, may change in 100 years, 1,000 years. It's not a constant. Mathematics is a constant. So what do you, when you say justice is real, you're saying that in a cultural context, it has significance, but in what sense can it be detected, measured, weighed, falsified? How do you falsify?
You see, just as mass is real, that's how you can define concepts as being real, as long as it meets the requirements. Like if you want to move the concept of 1 + 1 = 2 into the real world, you have to put 2 similar items together to add them together.
Okay,
same as sorry, let me just finish the point. Is 15 seconds. Same as you can move concept of justice from the abstract term to the real world by putting those same parameters as I described earlier on. If it's been met, that is justice. It doesn't matter what culture you exist in.
Oh, okay. Let me add something, Chukwu, to this. Niger, if I follow this your concept.
Sorry. Let Gastem comment. Sorry, hold on. Meinheim. You have that go, and then let Gastem up come in after you. So you make that submission, then Gastem up.
Okay, Niger, is there such a thing as good or bad, or true or false?
Yes, the concept does exist with specific parameters, as we described it with justice too.
And who determine that parameters?
Us.
How?
Because it's very important for our survival. If you have a situation where people just go about stealing stuff from each other and it leads to anarchy, that society wouldn't exist and they wouldn't be around today. So the ones that survived are the ones that exercise some of this concept of, hey, if you steal, you answer for it, you discourage it, hence you go on to survive. And you punish the people that do it.
Is good or bad, true or false, relative or universal?
Sorry, repeat that.
Is good or bad, true or false, relative or universal?
I think they are quite relative based on the context you are describing. They are all relative.
So if it is relative, as you said, then why are you arguing with Chukwu's premise that justice cannot be defined because it cannot be? It is relative to whatever culture and whatever they perceive to be justice, because one man's justice may not be a justice in another culture. So therefore, we cannot agree on what justice is, and we cannot agree what true or false is, because politicians, this political party will say this, the other one said this. We know some is lie, some is true, but it depends on who is speaking, who is listening. So it is possible that justice, we cannot define what it is. True, we cannot define what it is. Lie, we cannot define what it is. We can't define what is bad and what is good, because what is good in one culture may be terribly bad in another culture. What is a lie in one party, political party, or another party or culture may be acceptable in other cultures. So therefore, there are certain things that we cannot even define. Those are not concepts, because we cannot accept them.
I think you are thinking that we are discussing universal justice.
No, I am following up from what Chukwu was. I'm following from what Chukwu was saying.
From the premise of the way you're talking from, you misunderstand my take on him. I don't think he thinks that I actually believe that. I agree with him that is based on our own judgments, our own societal requirements. So I never said that justice was absolute in all communities. It's not the same.
My own point is that most people think that justice is real, but it cannot be detected. So this argument that for you to be able to say it's real, you have to detect, that is what I was addressing. But I have one point also. So we are being told that there's a concept called gender identity, that a man can feel like a woman can feel like a man, gender is fluid. These are other concepts that exist in the minds of some human beings and are trying to tell us that this has a real existence in reality. How would you fight this idea that these things exist? Because these are also concepts that exist only in the minds of human beings. They cannot be detected in the real world.
I think it's a valid point. I don't know whether some other person wants to take it, but if they want to take it, they can take it. It's a valid point to say that it's a concept, and it depends. You see, I think in this conversation, what is making it good is that we are beginning to kind of show that it's depending on what societies want. You can agree with it or you can disagree with it. And from what we can see, society is not keen on having people being called they and all kinds of different names. They prefer, okay, gender, sex-based identification. If you are a female sex, you should be called she. If you are a male sex, you should be called he, period. They don't want that complication.
How do you prove that this gender identity is not real? People say it's real. They want us to call them certain names because, you know, it's real to them, the way they feel, they identify as this and that. It's real for them. How do you say
it has always been real? Make no mistake. There have always been men that seem to kind of display feminine traits. There have always been women that people like to refer to as tomboys. There have always been the various shades of behavior, tendencies, but it still doesn't mean they decide to shift the boundaries from the sexual orientation, that's the sex of the individuals. And I think that is where the debate is shifting to. The debate is still now saying that let's start addressing people instead of he or she. Let's start going with the flavors of the different traits or tendencies that people have. And I can see, I tend to sympathize more with the ones that want to have that firm one for now.
Let's allow the other people to
I don't
speak.
see the advantage of shifting. Yeah,
Let's
go
allow
ahead.
to speak. Let's allow the others to speak.
Go ahead.
So I'm listening to you guys. I just want to make sure that I'm clear. Everyone is of the opinion that there is a concept of the essential creator.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, I totally disagree.
Go ahead. Tell us why.
Well, I mean, just even if you look at the etymology of it, the etymology of even when you study the different languages, it's not reflective. For example, the Christian or the Abrahamic situation, you have this, by some weird confusion, you'll have Son, Father, and Holy Ghost, and then that's 3 in 1. But then they'll tell you that that's not polytheism. And as a matter of fact, the term they use is humusian, or however you pronounce it, but that's what they were using during the Council of Nicaea. So this is not one of an atheistic bent that I'm speaking of. I'm saying that it seems to me that the ancient world was more accurate in terms of different entities, or what we would term gods. That you do have that. I would prefer, that's my personal position, that there are entities there, yes, but to say that there is a specific one individual, engineer, Darwin style creator, no, that's more.
That was not my position. I don't know about the others. Like I never, like I said, I'm not a religious person. I don't believe in any of the earthly religions. They're all scam in my view. So I have said from the beginning, I said the God described by this earthly religion is a human. It cannot be a God. It cannot be a supreme being. That has to be an individual just like us, who is angry, who is jealous, who is pitiful, is vindictive, and is always trying to kill people. No. That cannot be a supreme being. The supreme being of the kind of person that could create this universe is somebody that is something. I don't know why it's a person or some force. It's way above you.
Why do you think that there is a specific? Because even in the text, the text, they'll, for example, reference Elohim, which is counsel. right?
Yeah, the Elohim basically means Elohim means it's multiple person.
That's what I'm saying. So even within the text, they're admitting and acknowledging. Just I think the Romans and the Greeks actually had it correct. What do you call them in India? The Hindus, they have it correct. They understand that there's not one specific. Say again.
Yes, in the Gita.
Can I interject? My own position is that we all have a religious instinct, the same way that we have a language instinct. Like when we get a certain age, we learn how to speak. We all have this religious instinct, and it has different cultural expressions. But I will say that some religions are more successful than others. The Abrahamic religions have gone viral, and they've accumulated billions of followers, where the African religions are relegated to very remote regions with very small followings. So in some sense, they are less.
But Africans didn't have religions. That's enough. You see, this is why, like, when I come on the platforms with you guys, right? I'll give you guys a hint. My departure point is always I try not to, of course, but I try not to use European systems to describe myself and my peoples. So when you use that word, now if you're saying for the lack of a better term, sure, I understand. But to use that word, it has a whole connotation. So I'll give you a perfect example. Let me just give you this one example. Quickly so you can understand what I'm coming from.
Go ahead.
Let me use one example. So you hear the word, we'll say kings and queens, right? Now they'll say, oh man, Africa's had kings. But look, most, not all, of course, because there's no monolith, but in Europe, for example, the king of England could say, hey, you know what? I don't like you, to Niger, so I'm going to chop off your head. Right, literally, he had divine, divine manifestation, destiny, whatever they call that stuff. His right to rule, that was divine. But nowhere, particularly in West Africa, would you see that one so-called ruler or king had this right of way to just rule over people like that. Do you get what I'm saying? So to now use the word king, I think, is wrong.
Yeah, they have a council. It was through a council.
That didn't really.
Elders, the council of elders.
But that didn't add any clarity to the discussion that we're having. So what I'm saying is that religion is God is an avatar of the tribe or the country, and religions help to orient people toward their group and to help them compete against other groups. So what if you call that religion, whatever word you want to say, that's really semantics. But
no, it's not semantics.
I agree with him in some part, and Niger, what he said.
It can't be semantics because words structure reality, and that's where the Sapir-Whorf hypothesis takes a precedence. Because if you're just trying to reduce, oh no, it's just words. Well, if that's the case, how come when you go to courts, they're very specific about the words that they use when they rule a judgment, right? Words are very, very important. So to just say, well, it's just semantics, it's the same word. No, it's not. It can't be. So. For example, to say religion within a traditional African, it doesn't exist.
Yes, let me add something.
Don't exist.
Let me add something, just a little bit, Niger, before you take over. Let me just add something. Like I kind of agree a little bit with him when he says Africa did not consider those things as religion. You see, religion itself is a modern concept. Like I tell most of our brothers who say they are the Hebrew Israelites or ancient Israel, the ancestors were ancient Israelites, or the Bantu and other groups in Africa, who, if you look at their cultural practices, it's mostly at most time word to word with the ancient Hebrew practices, which was they have been doing that long before the Bible was written. And most of the time when they call themselves that we are Jews, I said no. The Bantu and the other groups in Africa who can trace who have the same Hebrew practices long before the white man, never practiced those things as a religion. It was their way of life. It was a culture. It was a societal culture. It was not a religion. They never called themselves Jews or things. They were Hebrews. And when the Hebrews or Judeans, those were geographical connotation, not religious connotation. When I always use the word Jew, it carries both a political connotation and a religious connotation. But when I call myself an ancient Israelite or an ancient Hebrew, there is no religion, or a Judean, there's no religion attached to it, but rather a geographical or a cultural practice. This issue of we talking today of circumcision and all those practices where you see it's speaking the Old Testament, which you mostly find in the Bantu cultures, those things were already there and they were never religion. So when you're saying that, for example, okay, you see like the Roman Catholic Church, for example, where you have what they call the Litany of the Saints, where you see them praying that Holy Maria, pray for us. When somebody dies, or when somebody is seeking for help from God, Holy Maria, pray for us. Saint Nicodemus, pray for us. Saint so and so, pray for us. And so pray for us. That means that they are using the ancestors of their Catholic Church who have gone before them to ask to intercede on their behalf before the Creator, which basically means there is basically no link between the Creator and the mortal. So therefore, you have to go through the middleman, your immediate ancestors who have gone before you to speak on your behalf before the supreme being, whoever he is. This was a practice that was already practiced in Africa, especially among the Bantu, long before the Catholic Church was born. But this practice is at the heart of Catholicism itself today. So we cannot call what the Africans were practicing then as religion, but we can call now, because the Catholic has instituted it as a religious thing. But that was a practice that there is no difference between what the Catholic are practicing and what the Africans, especially the Bantu, what we call the Bantu philosophy, was practicing long before the Catholic Church was founded. It's word for word. You go through your ancestors. The Bantu, if my father died, and then I have something, I speak to my father. I ask my father to intercede on my behalf. This is a normal Bantu practice. So that is not a religion. It's a cultural. It's just a cultural thing. I think this is where our brother Ganmop is coming from.
Okay, but let me just lay out my view. So religion is part of the extended phenotype of human beings. That is to say, religion is a manifestation of the genes, of our genes that exist outside of the organism. So for instance, religions form the foundation of civilizations, right? So different civilizations will have different religious bases, and these civilizations compete with one another. Some religions form much more belligerent civilizations that are, want to conquer and dominate other religions. So there's a sense in which religions form to bind people together for the purposes of competing with other groups, and the group with a more belligerent religion will grow in number and subsume those that are less belligerent. So it exists in like a competition with other religions, and a lot of African religions aren't competitive in that way. That's why the Abrahamic religions have the most adherents, along with Buddhists, but it's not as competitive in terms of gaining adherents. And I think religions evolve. So polytheism, I think, is like an early stage of religion. Eventually you get down to one God, and that God is most of the Abrahamic religions are monotheistic, but I don't think religions are static. I think they evolved from earlier religions, and then as they got into civilizations and formed, the basis of different civilizations, they started to compete. But I'll just land it there. I don't want to make it too.
But wait, here's the thing. Here's my bone of contention. I like what you said. The problem I have with what you said is you couldn't have this. You couldn't say anything that you just said in your language, because Igbo doesn't even give you the structure to say anything that you just said. As whether I'm not saying whether you're correct or incorrect. Your traditional language, in the many dialects and varieties that it comes in, would never allow you to say what you just said about civilization, evolving, this. It doesn't exist, right? Because the worldview is different. The language rules, the morphology of the language is different. So I'll give you guys an example of why I say we have to be careful. So I'm not saying there's a right or wrong. I'm saying we have to be careful if we're claiming to be, quote unquote, wait, let me just land, if you don't mind. If we're claiming to be, quote unquote, Africans and we're trying to escape the Western system. All right. I just had a conversation with a gentleman. I won't say the person's name, but it was on a Search for Uhuru channel, and they were having their silly conversation about capitalist, blah, blah, blah. So the gentleman was emailing me, right? And he says, Gash, you just like to say all this nonsense about this and villages. He said, so can you prove to me what was the wealth that was created during the time of pre-colonial Africa, and they were backward and they were this, and how are you measuring this? And I simply said to him, I said, well, here's the problem. You're acting as if Mansa Musa, right? The Mali Empire, you're acting as if Mansa Musa had an economist or a group of economists, or as if he had population censuses, or as if Mansa Musa had, a central bank, or if he was measuring his country's commercial activity in the form of GDP. Well, whoever that is, please mute your mic. Whoever that is, please mute your mic. Don't mind. Who is that? Okay, thank you. So you're acting as if Mansa Musa had GDP, GNP, and he was calculating world trade matrices at his time. It doesn't exist. So to now ask me to say, well, they were backward because they didn't have anything to measure it, it's like, well, this is silly. And so when we use their systems to define ourselves, and then more importantly, when we take this in their worldviews and project it backward onto our people, I think we do ourselves a great disservice. And so I'm saying that we have to be to me, the way to escape the colonial matrix of power is using your language. You ask yourself first, is what I'm saying, can I translate it to my language? Do my people have a worldview that ascribes to what I'm saying today? So if I'm saying words like this and words like evolve and free markets and all this other stuff, does this exist in my traditional language? And if it doesn't, then you can say, okay, well, then where's my departure point? Can I merge the two? If there's no way to merge it, then there's a problem here. And I think for too long, our African elites, intellectuals, we've always tried to merge and transcribe, not translate. We've tried to transcribe and transliterate Western concepts and ideas and ideologies and force them onto our people, especially projecting them backward, all in our bid to be part of the so-called human, rights of man Western system. But I think we do ourselves a disservice when we do.
Hey, if I can get on this, how you doing, Gassed them up?
Hey,
how you doing? And how you doing, everybody else? But let me just say this. Let me just get in on this. Here's what I would ask you, Gassed them up. Why is if you're saying that you're trying to escape the Western system, okay, will using your indigenous language help you get to a better system, or is there a better system available if you use your indigenous language? Could you answer that?
I good, bad, better. I try not to use those concepts because, like I always tell people, if I were to give you spoiled milk, you wouldn't take it, right? Because you would say spoiled milk. But if I packaged it and put Yoplait or Dannon on it, you would take it because you'd call it yogurt, right? So it all depends on the culture, right? And that's how you make literally spoiled milk into yogurt. You have to add a culture to it, right? And so, go ahead.
How does that answer the question? I'm confused, but I'm just getting more
okay. I once again, if no disrespect, the question is very much answered. If you're not getting it, maybe I can clarify it for you. But I think those people who are listening are getting it. The question. Hold on. I heard the question properly. The gentleman who is listening, I believe he can speak for himself, right? So I don't need you to interrupt. But my point is this: once again, to ask me what's a better system or what, I don't answer those questions because good and bad in these things are relative. And that is why I use the example to say if I gave someone spoiled milk, they wouldn't take it. But if I packaged it, they would take it as yogurt. And in order to turn spoiled milk into yogurt, you have to add a culture to it. And that's not a coincidence that in order to escape the Western system, you have to use your cultural lens. You have to use your language being one of them to understand the world you live in. So just because the Western system has structured a system for us to live in, and we all have to live in it, but that doesn't mean we all have to agree with it, at least theoretically, at least intellectually. We should be challenging their systems, using our languages and our ways of thought and our ancient ways of thought to say, how can we merge it? How can we reverse engineer it? How can we structure it to take some of the benefits from it, but make it best utilized for our people? So I'm not going to be arrogant to tell him, like the Europeans will tell you, oh, there's a Great Britain. No, I'm not going to tell Ndoma Cattle that I have a best system. No, but what I will say, Ndoma Cattle, is this. My people have a language, we have a culture, which affords us a rich existence. And I don't need a European system to tell me how to live. I don't need a European system to define how I should live. So that's how I look at language and culture as a way to escape the Western system.
You just used 1,000 words to answer a question he never asked.
Yeah, but I'm not talking to you. You see, this is what I'm saying.
Let me respond. Let me just say this. Before I forget what I'm trying to say, let me just say this.
Hold on, everyone.
This guy just doing insult.
If anyone that is not speaking, please be muted because there's just too much heavy background noise.
Okay. Yeah, let me respond.
No, I just
Why? Let me ask you this. This is what I would say to gas him up. Hold on. This is how I would.
Why does this guy have to throw insults, right, in order to get his point across? I didn't insult him once. If you don't agree with me, that's okay. Say you don't agree. We're not 3-year-olds telling me all this and all that. Like, come on, man. Have you ever been in an institution, a university? Is that how you talk in the university campus? You just say that in front of your professor? Dude, have some respect about yourself, and let's have a confident, intellectual conversation as gentlemen. If you don't agree with me, that's fine. I don't agree with you, but I don't insult you. That's it. Go ahead, Ndoma. I'm listening, bro.
No, I'm seeking clarification, but all you do is muddy the water. That's why these.
I'm talking to Ndoma. You obviously don't agree with me, so we don't have to speak.
Yeah, let me respond. Let me respond. Okay, let me just say this. Why is it that you talk about the language and stuff? The way that I interpret that, if you say that, oh well, the Igbo language doesn't have a word for entrepreneur. The Igbo language doesn't have they probably don't have a word for basketball either. But you go to Nigeria, you still see a lot of people playing basketball. So just because they didn't have a word for that, that doesn't mean that they don't participate in that sport. And what I would say is this: is that if a culture doesn't have a word for a particular thing, it's probably because they weren't exposed to that concept. Maybe that's why they don't have a word, for that particular
I agree.
concept.
You just said
and just because they don't have they don't have exposure to something doesn't mean that they should reject it or that they have no use for it. If you're exposed to a new concept and that concept is useful and it can actually be used to advance that culture, then I don't think there's anything wrong with them adopting that concept. Just because historically they didn't have that concept, that doesn't mean that it should be rejected. But go ahead.
I agree. I'll end with this. Can I just say, because I'm going to be leaving in a few minutes, if you don't mind. I'll tell you this. I 1,000,000% agree with you. However, I'm going to use, for example, the concept of the cell, the human cell, right, or the animal cell, or the plant cell. The cells have what we call a cell wall, and in order for things to enter the cell, you have to have what we call active transport, right? So cell walls are not porous. So that's how you have osmosis and diffusion before things can enter the cell wall, right? The problem of Africa, I agree with you. We should be able to take what we want, how we want, and define for ourselves what we want to do. Here's the problem. The problem is this. Since our interactions with the Mzungu or the Oyinbo or the European, we have not had a strong enough cell wall. So whatever they give us, we just readily take, and we don't ever structure it to say, wait a minute, is this something that we need? Is this something that will benefit us? Is this something that is for the betterment of our people. We have just been passive recipients, and there's no cell, there's no multicellular organism that will survive in the world just being a passive recipient to outside forces. And that's how, for example, viruses and bacteria will penetrate that multicellular body. So we have been, as someone said earlier, going viral and all these other things. What do? You're supposed to stop a virus. So we have been allowing our cell wall to be very weak and porous. So our language and our culture can make our cell wall on a social level stronger, so that way we can properly diffuse and use osmosis as to what is beneficial to us and what is not beneficial to us. So I agree with you.
Can I interject real quick? Just to respond to this, you mentioned the Sapir-Whorf hypothesis earlier. Now,
Can you not speak to me if you don't mind? Because you already insulted me, so you can talk to Ndoma. You don't like me, you don't agree with me, so I'd appreciate that way. So you already insulted me, so I'll stay on my own if you don't mind.
Reasonable people can disagree, but
but you insulted me, and I didn't insult you. You didn't even apologize for the insult. So if you're not willing to apologize as a man, please, I don't want you to speak to me. You can talk to Ndoma and everybody else, but I didn't insult you. I kept it professional with you. You don't have to agree with me, but you threw an insult at me. For no reason, unprovoked.
If you're done first,
no, I'm not done. I don't need you to speak with me, and I'd like for the host to please ask him to direct his comments to other people as opposed to me.
Okay,
hey, that's peaceful disrespect.
No disrespect, but okay. The Sapir-Whorf hypothesis has been disproven. Our language exists in a language of thought. This is why we can create new words. The Sapir-Whorf hypothesis is this idea that the language you speak limits your reality. It limits if your native language doesn't have a concept, then it doesn't exist. Like you're limited by your language.
Sir, I know what the Sapir-Whorf hypothesis is. That's why it's a hypothesis. That's why it's a theory. Just the same way germ theory has not been proven. It's still a theory. Germ theory is not 100% factual, but we still create medicines. We still create antibiotics. We still have procedures based on germ theory. It still has not been proven.
Listen.
So listen, on that note, I'm going to leave you guys and bid you a farewell. I wish all of you the best. I don't appreciate coming in here to be insulted. If that's what you want to do and you call that engagement, keep on throwing the insults. You all have a great.
If you need a safe space, then this is not the place for you. These are grown men talking. There's no safe space here. But go ahead. All right, but the reason why the Sapir-Whorf hypothesis is not correct is because our language exists in a language of thought. So translating a concept from one language to another is like translating it from Mentalese Japanese or Mentalese Spanish or Mentalese Igbo. We can create new words and engraft things like internet or information technology and things like that because our language exists in a language of thought. It's not limited to based on the words of our forefathers. We can expand our vocabulary because we can create new words. But that's all I wanted to say about that. That's why all of this semantics doesn't make any sense. But I'm going to land the plane there.
Okay, but I would just say this is that because when I look at a lot of his arguments and stuff, I think he's a good guy. I've had a lot of conversations. Pretty smart guy. I've had a lot of conversations with him and stuff before, but he makes it seem like these ancient languages in Africa that if that we have to live our modern lives today based on the way these ancient societies, saw the world and lived their lives, and that's impossible because we don't live in the same world. You know what I mean? Society has advanced, technology has advanced, commerce, international trade and stuff has advanced, infrastructure has advanced and stuff, from that time period. So it's impossible to like completely replicate like a worldview from that time period. It's almost like he wants to go back in time.
Right.
It's like he wants to. I was like, he wants to travel back in time or something like that. You know what I mean? I don't. It's weird.
He's a very intelligent person, but I don't understand what he says most of the time.
Yeah. No.
But with that, I got about.
All right. Oh man, but if I could bring up a new topic, who here is familiar with like Liberian history?
I know a little bit. What I learned in history school as a Black American, basically, it was a country founded in Africa for free slaves or free Black people in America to be able to have their own place with Africans in African territory, and it was an agreement. So far as the greatest details, and I would love to just say it from my perspective too, because I want to show you how bland it is. For the people who's over there, my people, all our people, they can give a better explanation, but that's the basic premise of Liberia. Liberia meaning like liberty, like how we stand for liberty. So we name the place. Just like you know how you get like what's funny, what you really don't hear about, like how you got the Jewish state. So you had a Black country for Black people from America to go back to Africa or to go to Africa, whether they was already there or not. So
Okay, yeah. Did you hear? Did you study the? Because I've been researching it myself lately. Did you study like the Liberian Civil War in 1980, like the first Liberian Civil War?
no, but I have heard. I've heard people like explain different things, and like you speaking, and briefly, like go ahead, you can describe it because
Yeah, it's like real crazy, man. Basically, because I've been studying the last, like few months. But basically, like in 1980, there's this Liberia had this president. He was an American Liberian, so he was a descendant of the Black Americans who settled Liberia, and his name was Tolbert.
Can I cut you off? But look, I personally say that we are both connected, whether if we from the West Coast, East Coast, from Europe or something like that. And that's an interpretation from but I hate to cut you, but he might not have thought that like that.
No, it's cool. I'm just explaining, the story of what happened. And basically, Tolbert was considered a good president, though. He was, Liberia was pretty prosperous, like throughout the 70s and stuff, into 1980. But he had political enemies and stuff, and some of them.
I got a question there. How did Black Americans discover Liberia?
No, hold on. Why? Don't interrupt. Like, let me make my point first, and then we can discuss what I'm talking about. But my thing is this. Hold on. My thing is this. So when Tolbert was in office, right? But here's the crazy part. Tolbert was in office. There was a lot of stability, a lot of economic prosperity. But then, he still had his political enemies and political rivals and stuff. And so and it was crazy to me because there was this army officer in the Liberian army. He was actually I believe he was a Kru. He came from the Kru ethnic group. There's a gentleman by the name of Samuel Doe. And basically, he wasn't even an officer. He was a sergeant. I think he was a master sergeant. He was over like a barracks. Like he was in charge of like a barracks of soldiers, I think in Monrovia. And these soldiers got together in their barracks. They decided to launch a coup on the government because I guess they had issues with the government in general. Like a lot of these soldiers, they felt that I guess the Liberian government wasn't tending to the needs of the soldiers. Like they had a lot of poor conditions and stuff
No,
going
they
on with
launched
them.
the coup because
But
the black
Judah, you gotta
Americans
let me
that were in
finish, bro. I'm
control.
not done.
Yeah,
I'm not done, Judah.
but you
I'm
keep
not
talking,
done,
man.
bro.
Stop
I'm not
spreading
done,
false
bro.
history, man.
I'm
Hold on,
not
give him at least a
done. All
minute to
right,
land. Give
I'm
him a
not
minute to
done.
land.
But see, here's the thing. It's like when he what they did is they launched this coup, and they basically like it's kind of crazy how they did it. Like they basically like and there's even footage of it. Like in the middle of the night, they basically stormed the presidential, I guess, palace, I guess where Tolbert was. They basically, it was just a platoon of soldiers, no more than like 25, 30 of these guys. And they stormed the presidential palace. They fucking captured Tolbert. They executed him like basically on site pretty much. And then they buried him on the grounds of the presidential palace pretty much. So, and basically this master sergeant that was in charge, Samuel Doe, he took over the country and he became president after that. I was like, God damn. And they caught them totally by surprise. Like they had no idea. Like I was like, how did these soldiers get that close to Tolbert to where they could launch that, coup like that? It's like African politics like amazes me that something like that could happen. But go ahead, whoever wants to respond. That's the first part of it. Whoever wants to respond or talk about it.
I wanted to ask a question, man. Can I ask a question? Come on, man. I was asking, how did Americans discover Liberia? To the guy that said black Americans discover Liberia.
Liberia was already there. See, what you're doing, Judah, is we're talking about the 1980. Judah. No, we're talking about the 1980 Liberian Civil War. That's what we're talking about. So talk about that, Judah.
Bro,
we're not talking about who first discovered Liberia. I don't know who was the first person to discover Cameroon. I don't know. Maybe it was the British. I don't know. You know what I mean? Stop changing the subject, Judah. I mean, come on, stay on topic.
Bro, we're not changing the subject. What are you talking about? Can you let people talk, man?
Stay focused, Judah. Stay focused, Judah.
Bro, I'm not arguing with you, man. I'm talking to the guy that said black Americans.
Your teachers growing up must have had a hard time with you. Growing up in Cameroon.
What the fuck are you gonna let people talk?
I bet they have to spend all their time just trying to get you to pay attention.
Like they are asked back to the slave cotton plantation, man. The fuck you talking to, bro? Like what the fuck?
He
I'm
up here.
talking to the other guy, man. I'm not talking to you, bro.
Well, you gotta stay on topic. It don't matter who you're talking to. You have to stay on topic.
I'm not talking to you. I'm asking him a question based on
Stay
what
on
he
topic,
said.
Judah. Stay on topic. Stay on topic, Judah. Stay on topic.
What the fuck is you, man?
Stay on topic, Judah. Stay on topic. Stay on topic, Judah. Stay on topic.
What the fuck is you, bro?
All right, look, and
Fuck is
you
you,
had
bro.
spoke. Let that man speak. You go on mute.
Exactly.
Wait for him to speak. And if you cooking good and Dama after he say what he got to say, then you can go ahead and chop it up after him. So Ahmad, you know
Exactly.
how to
He act like he's the one that got monopoly over everybody up here. I'm asking you a question, brother. You said black Americans discovered Liberia. How did they do that? That was my question, man, and he couldn't let me talk.
I don't think he said that though. I don't think he said they discovered.
No, what he's doing is he's here's what Judah is doing. Judah is hijacking the conversation. No, Judah is hijacking the conversation because it's going on a topic that he's not comfortable with. Judah don't really like Liberia like that. So anybody that talks about like Liberian history or anything like that, he don't want to talk about that. He said, "Oh well, we could talk about who discovered it, who discovered Liberia." Like that's not what we're talking about, bro.
I don't think I heard you say that either, Dama. But look.
No, we're not talking about him. When he said, who knows the history about Liberia, and you said black Americans went to Liberia and discovered it. I'm talking about you, not him. Come on, man.
Okay, he's saying that you didn't say that. Okay, yeah, and
Yeah, you the one that said it when he
miscommunication.
asked you a question. Oh man, it seems like you guys don't get it, man. Go
we
ahead,
heard
man.
we
I
heard
mean,
you,
you
bro.
guys.
Loud and clear.
Yeah, but I'm asking you a question though. When he said who knows about the history of Liberia, you say yeah I do, and you went ahead and said black Americans went and discovered Liberia, and so I'm asking you, how did they discover Liberia, man?
No, see what it is. This is a rhetorical question because he has an answer in mind, but he wants to see what I'm gonna say
Right,
so that he can say, well, look, well, see, you're a black American and you didn't know this, so you must be stupid, or you know, I mean, you know what I mean? He's just doing it. He's just doing it for theatrical effect. He's not really doing it to have a conversation.
Bro,
you know, that's why
bro,
I kind of I told him not
bro,
to
there
change
have
the
to be a
subject.
follow. Okay, let
But
me come back on
can't
you, man.
let
You said,
let
bro,
Judah.
let me.
All right, Judah. If you want to talk about, here's the thing, Judah. If you want to talk about who discovered the Liberia, then talk about that. Don't sit up and ask me questions. Just tell your narrative of who discovered Liberia and tell the story. Just like I did. I told the story about the first the coup for the first Liberian Civil War. So tell your hit story. But don't sit up here and ask other people and stuff. You know.
Let me tell you why the Liberian. Oh man, are you gonna let people? Let me tell you what happened between the native Liberians and the ones that left America and came and took over Liberia, right? Why did Liberians revolt? Let me finish. You were given a false history, man. Allow me to speak. Let me tell you what happened. Why did the native Liberians revolt? Can someone mute, please? Why did the native Liberians revolt against the ones that came from America and took over Liberia, Monrovia? This is what happened. The ones that came from America, when they got to Liberia, they took control over their presidency. They couldn't let no native Liberian become president in Liberia. So presidency was handed down from one black American or and a former enslaved black American to the other. That was what was happening in Liberia. Two, the ones that left America decided to enslave the Native Americans. Three, the black Americans that left America settled along the coast of Liberia, chasing the native Liberians out of the coast into the hinterlands. Four, the Native Americans that were in Liberia, the ones that left America, had control over the economy of Liberia. They control the seaport, the airport, the rubber plantation, and the major attractions in Liberia. With all these things put together, native Liberians were more poorer than the ones that left America. The ones that left America were more richer, and they were getting more richer. So this was what caused the conflict and the riot. Let me finish. When Samuel Doe came in power, let me finish. When Samuel Doe, can someone mute, man? When Samuel Doe came in power, Liberians were happy that they had a native Liberian that has actually become president. But what happened? His system, his tenure was infiltrated by the American Liberians that that have settled over there, and that was also what led to the capture of Samuel Doe by the native Liberians in such a way where they I think they I forgot who took over from Samuel Doe, if I'm not mistaken. But after that, with all those basic things, and then you have Ellen Johnson Sirleaf, who came in power, who was also considered as an American Liberian and did not do nothing for Liberians as well, and they have to kick her out. So all of these things, that's why you see where Liberia it is today, because it is the American Liberians that destroyed Liberia. And based on these activities, we have come to realize that an African American based in any part of Africa cannot build anything unless the white man has to come in and dictate what they have to do and what they don't have to do. So with that, that's why you see many Africans are having they are skeptical having African Americans come to Africa and tell them, oh, we have to do this, we have to do that, because the Liberia that you had, you couldn't build it. You know, you had to favor your own people. There was favoritism. You treated the native Liberians so bad in such a way where they had to kick you out. So I'm gonna let people talk.
I'd like to say this. Thank you. I never heard that perspective before, and that was very important, because even from the people you saw, oh damn, they kicked them out. Nah, what he said was very important. I'm pretty sure most of us never heard that perspective, and that's not going to be put in mainstream media. When somebody get their personal testimony, we mute up, we'll listen to them.
Okay, yeah, let me respond to that. First of all, he didn't get kicked out, he left. Basically, he went on an emotional diatribe and he put all that stuff out there, and then he left because he knew that if he stayed, I was going to come and actually bring the facts and actually shoot down.
Hold on. I implore you, only bring the facts when it comes like
yeah, that's what I'm doing. That's what I'm doing.
Or trying to shame somebody. I get your angle. We all passionate, but just try to bring your information to be it, to do like your product you bring. Hey, this is what I'm presenting, and it's not offensive, because for the
let me respond.
Some of the masses might reject it, even including me. So if I hear somebody kind of saying something in a negative way, I'm gonna reject some of them. Might not.
Okay, cool. But let me respond. Probably a lot of what he said, over half of it was factually untrue. First of all, he said that the native Liberians were living on the coast and that the American Liberians pushed them into the interior. That's not true. Okay, basically, with the American Colonization Society, there was already land purchased for the American Liberians. The American Liberians, they bought the land themselves. Okay, a lot of them were. The thing is, a lot of them were actually free blacks from the north. They weren't actually slaves. They were free blacks who had land let me finish. They were free blacks who actually had land and property, so they actually had the wealth to go to Africa and establish themselves.
Thank you.
In the first place. Also, Liberia is very diverse because it wasn't just American Liberians. There were also Caribbean blacks who were on that ship, that first ship that went over there. There were people from the Caribbean and even as well. So American Liberians consist of blacks from America and blacks from the Caribbean. Okay, so when they went over there, they established, out of respect for to accommodate the natives, they actually established their settlements and stuff on the coast. They didn't go into the interior to set their settlements up. So Monrovia, which is the narrative that Jude put out there, it's not true. You know what I mean? And then he was saying that there was like all this, that there was this conflict between the American Liberians. Can you guys still hear me? Wait, hello?
Yeah, I can hear you loud and clear.
Okay, cool. Okay, yeah. Then he was saying that there was this conflict. Wait, hold on, bro. Then he was saying that there was this conflict and enslavement between the American Liberians and the natives, and that's not true. What happened was, there at some point there was conflict between American Liberians and some of these native tribes. Some of these native tribes actually kidnapped some of the American settlers, American Liberians' children, and held them hostage. But they came to a peaceful negotiation, and the children were later returned. Okay, so the thing is, he doesn't go into any of that stuff. He just, and you can literally hear the emotion in his voice. He's a big baby, and he's crying about what happened. We're all adults here. We're here to discuss these things and get to the bottom. We're not up here to sit up and cry and then run out the room like what he did. But go ahead.
Until you've been put in that position, you can't say how you will feel and talk. But you're entitled to feel how you. And I'm not saying you wrong or he wrong. But I just want to bring awareness to those type of situations. Until you've been in them shoes, until you feel like those perspectives, like I said, it's a lot of your perspective and his perspective that I appreciate, but I don't know the exact truth. I ain't boots on the ground, know what the fuck going on. But I know one thing is going on. It's people who's the same people of the same family going through two different perspectives, having an argument about the same problems happening to both of them from two different sides.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I understand where you're coming from, but
thank you. You're mature. I appreciate
that. Yeah. And the thing is, there was no slavery. The second president of Liberia, and I'm still researching him as we speak, but he actually put together, with the Liberian, militia that they had, or what was their army at the time. They had like a small army initially. He put together platoons of soldiers to go and liberate and dismantle slave trading posts all over West Africa. Now, how about that? How about that because the white man was in Africa.
Hey, and once you finish, I want to go into the guy, religion, and truth, and where do you stand? But
wasn't going around just go. Wait, what'd you say?
Once you finish, I want to the channel. You know how we get the little topic on the jam. Once you finish, because we go all over the place, and that's good. But I want to answer that one, because I'll let everybody go in earlier.
Yeah, but see, here's the thing, is that he said that Americo-Liberians were enslaving natives. Not true. Americo-Liberians, they put together groups that went around West Africa dismantling slave trading posts and burning them down. Okay, but he's sitting up there praising, talking about the white man. No, the white man, even though some countries had already banned European countries had already banned the slave trade, you still had all kind of white pirates and stuff that were going around and still picking up slaves and still doing the slave trade, even though it was illegal in a lot of by a lot of countries at that time. And it took the Americo-Liberians to go and shut that down and dismantle those slave trading posts. So that's another fact. And again, Judaism will never admit that. But go ahead.
I like that. So you saying that the Americanized or the Western or the black? So I consider them family.
The Americo-Liberians.
Yeah, I consider them this family, the family displaced family. That's what diaspora.
Okay.
Look, diaspora literally means, and I'm coining the phrases, displaced family. We all family. We all connected to each other. We all like each other, just different little separations that people can call. And then it's so many differences. Like when you got like the big, they are the tribe of small people. They are really a tribe of small people. And Kaz, don't say no funny Bantu joke. But now you got to realize, I like what you're saying, but I really want to go to the guy, religion, and truth. But if you want to go ahead and finish up what you're saying, so you can get your clarity out, cool. Once you finish, I want to go back to the guy, religion, and then talk to people like Tanaja about it, because I understand perspectives, and I invite and enjoy this entertaining to me to listen and not debate or argue, but present an argument, present a debate instead of debating or arguing. It's a difference.
Yeah. So like I said, slave trading posts were dismantled, and also, after some of the initial conflict, some of the displaced native children, and I don't like using the term native because really, there's many different ethnic groups in Liberia. Okay, the largest one being the Crew, and I was gonna ask Jude that if he knew who the largest ethnic group in Liberia was, because I bet you he probably didn't know. But that's a big part of why he ran up out of here and stuff, because you know what I mean. He doesn't really want to confront this type of conversation.
Adama, and I hate to cut you off, but no, hold on. So somebody just said King Genocide, we're not the same. Stop trying to tell it, even though it says at the top. Well, I mean, okay, so Adama, what do you consider yourself? I'll first explain. I am from two different of the same bloodline, where I get African or I get American ancestry, to where I'm actually a descendant of here, and I get bloodline from over there. And there's people, and I believe the creation, we was all born in all places, and we still there, the same in mass media, but we still there in all places, and it's highly protected and restricted to even learn that type of knowledge. Oh Lord, somebody like N-word, boy. Lord, hey, love everybody. Lord, shit, hey, if you care about me and you had enough time to say that on my stream, because I'm Dutch streaming.
Okay.
Hold on. You ain't see the comment. I'm Dutch streaming, so that came from mine. All right, so we actually are part of a group where everybody's a part of it, and Darth Maul might not be you think, like we have everybody. Like, just because we saying stuff and coming from our community, we invite everybody in our community to talk. So this ain't nothing against you, Donald. I had to adjust that, and somebody probably wouldn't realize that on the service level.
Okay, but let me just respond. All right, and so like I said, some native children were adopted by American Liberians and educated. So there was a beneficial relationship that existed. It's not all just one side. Like what Jude was doing is he was giving you this very one-sided approach that always vilifies one side, and that's what I don't agree with. Because like I said, in modern Liberia today, both American and native Liberians have contributed greatly to the society and to the culture. So I don't make a difference between the two. I don't say, well, because I'm a Black American, I only like the Americans. No, that's dumb. I don't, you know what I mean? That's stupid. Liberia, and I plan on going to Liberia myself at some point in the near future. And I would like to interact with all those cultures over there because I think all of them have something to offer. Whereas Jude, his little mindset was, well, the American Liberians are always bad. Like he was presenting like this very black and white thing, and you know what I mean? That's just not reality. It's not accurate, and it's not fair, and it's biased. So yeah, I just wanted to get that out there. So you can go ahead and respond, or whoever wants to respond.
I ain't want to get a response, but I wanted to go to the God, religion, and truth, and what do you stand, Black man? Like that question, like everybody should get their proper term, but don't get me wrong, people cooking this back and forth, that's good. I like to see that. But for mine to say what it is, and this is something I wanted to say earlier when Sinaj and the other dude was going, and they was having their discussion. Basically, when it comes to God, the Creator. Now, everything that people have attributed to him, I can't say that's the truth, but it's spirituality, words that people say. But I just look at the evidence that all this has been created, and we here and we exist. The chicken came before the egg, but the chicken had to be created from something, and the creator was like, look at the things we think of when we create. Look at how much great we did. Think about the things that was done since you was a kid and you was and that you imagined that things could be greater. And as you get older and became an adult, shit became way more greater and more convenient. But at the same time, in that convenience, we're being a little bit lazy and procrastinating. We have all the knowledge at our fingertips, but getting dumber. We are programmed with that negative energy and vibes, but yet we here in this utilization, in this forum, we actually doing it. And it's good to get it out. Like when y'all had, I don't like to call it a back and forth. It's a perspective. Like, hold on, this is my eye level. This is your eye level. This is what happened on my side. This is what happened on your side. Guess what? We still on the same motherfucking side. Once we look, divide and conquer, even when it comes to white and black and all these dead fucking terms that didn't even exist a couple of 100 years ago, that shit separates the fuck out of us. And I hate that shit. And this happened. And it plagues all of us. And you get a reward for falling victim to this shit. Think about it. Air. Let me explain this again. You can't see air. What is this? You breathe it in, don't you? You think that's air you breathing in? You watch the Matrix movie yet? One of them? And that one, can you hear me?
Oh yeah, I can hear you. Yeah.
Where you from?
I'm from Cali. Where you from?
East Coast. You still
what's up?
Even though I said look, I can hear the way you hesitate. Look, you're sitting there like, we mean, look, I don't care about all that negative media shit. You can't separate. I don't care what coast. Yeah, we all get called a certain people. Look, I unite my people off of positivity to make positivity, and everybody can stand on that. And there's nothing wrong with that. You feel me? The adversary is in our mindsets, not a person or people or something. It's the mindset. I go into a deeper intellectual, spiritual realm, and I learned. Look, when Tanaja, he said this earlier, and Kazo said it earlier. Even Doc Monaco, I've been knowing these people for years. How long you been aware of me or knowing me? Well, positive affirmations. You can speak manifestation into existence. I wanted to unify that when we had a platform to communities to communicate to each other and actually speak their ideals, their complaints, and where we can get together and listen to each other properly. And that shit manifested. I told Kazo a minute, I can hear the ing sound. Look, who knows that little ing sound? I can hear that shit. I told Kazo, a lot of years ago, I said, bro, use a certain format that you already using, but he did it. Hey, what happened to African Millennial? She's still rocking? I don't know, my algorithm been messed up. It's probably because they got new equipment. My greatest ideas. It could be 100 domino pieces that fall, be the 101st one to make all the other domino pieces stop falling. You can learn something from any and everyone. A true king and has a kingdom don't need 100 servants. They can serve 1,000 people independently and work for themselves and serve those people. You are God because the divine spark, everything is created, and the creator that exists because there's nothing could never come from nothing. He exists, and the evidence is the fact that you can see all this divine crazy. This is very complex. Everything that's going on and around you that happened, and there's no way it could have came from nothing. Nowhere scientifically, anywhere, as nothing came from nothing. So the Big Bang Theory goes out the window. You can't say something came from nothing. You can say, where did God come from? And that's a good question. But you can't say the theory of Big Bang is relevant if you never proved something came from nothing. You can try to send something from nothing, but things are only recycled or reversed or put forward into the universe, or what they call ether. Ether, what you would call space, was on the periodic element chart, but it got taken out. some of the ideals and the way we think that we hold strong to us, the one truth that I can give you beyond all the other stuff I'm trying to break it sounds a little. Check this out. You've been lied to. People are lying to you presently, and people will continue to lie to you. That's the one truth I can give you. Anybody want? I had to go a little deep or dark on it, but when you get on the rabbit hole of the true knowledge, you realize how much you really don't fucking know. I look at perspectives, schools of thoughts, and I don't just admittedly or wholeheartedly, oh yeah, I know this is the truth. No, I know this may be a truth that's being presented to me, so I can receive and research the knowledge thereof and understand thereof. The mind and frequencies. We are made of light. Everybody is a divine spark of God, a piece of light. Everything goes in frequencies. Just like when the guy was talking earlier, and I didn't cut him off, and I waited. And so I can't forget this. A table. You seeing a table, that shit made a whole bunch of more complex shit than how simply it looks and it was put together. And that's fucking amazing. It's actually the table actually got a fucking frequency. That doesn't prove that we stay in the matrix, but it actually is like that. Hell, yes, you could observe it, but without your eyes and the sun bouncing off of it to your eyes, yeah, the light bounces off of the objects you see, and then that gives your eyes the information that receives into your brain. It's the truth, like, because if you didn't have a light on, you wouldn't be able to see it. And if you think, oh, I ain't got a light, no, it's like you got the sun still out and the moon be up, and that should be in the moon. It's called a lesser light, and the moon, believe it or not, the moon actually emits its own light. That's why when it's full and you can't see the sun, it's dark outside, it's still full because it actually emits its own light. And I'm not a flat earther or a spirit guy. I look at the fact that there's different schools of thought. So if I educate myself on only one side, then I'm lopsided myself in my education. Tonight is Dark Marco, Dark Marco, Kaza, y'all hear me? I can feel the E going through my ears too. Like when you resonate and you get the ultimate frequency, it's like when the old TVs just cut on, you can hear that noise. Some people call it tinnitus. It's more akin to like when you see in the old cartoons, somebody think of something great, and inside, and they show it above the head, it's a light bulb, and they light up. That divine light is in all of us. It's only if you encapsulate it and give it out to other people that they may be able to reach that level. And it's not easy. It's not hard. It's not hard to keep sustaining to be able to do that, because that shit's, think about it. You're a human organism. But you're not human means color, light. You're a person of light. As people are light, a city on the hill cannot be hid. I think I put the other panelists to sleep in some type of mind psychosis. And if I could do that, I rewrite everything to be the right way. Like, hold on, everybody is great. Nobody is imperfect. Nobody is perfect. We all sinners, but we need to be oneness. We need to start losing to our own personal gains. We all see this shit need to be done in the right way, in a better way. So let's figure it out. Let's go to these talking points. Let's make these open panels to do these type of things, to where these type of things not only manifest and exist into the fucking ether, into the world, but it actually resides. Now I'm just talking about parallel universes earlier. Oh yeah, think about it. Think about your greatest ideals and your most highest positive person in yourself. That where you want to negate all the bullshit from the things you learn in your life, actually get manifested into existence and overrides the matrix of the bullshit you see. Yes, it's a bullshit script, but you are a part and you are playing this shit. So what are you manifesting? I promise you, you are capable. Not only capable, you already done it. May not even done it. You maybe been so humble. You've been doing this and helping override the bullshit that people look like a virus in the matrix code. No, you are the upcoded. You are the living being of God. This ain't a race of people. No, it's in all of us. It's in everything, good and evil. The kingdom of heaven is within inside of you. And get spiritual currency. As you start doing these things, you start building a better chakra, a spirit, a key, an energy that overwhelms like an aura that can go and influence everybody around you. Don't be a famous celebrity and influencer. No. Be the influence. Be the message. Get the message out. Get the influence out. When it's a good product and it's producing, it's effective and efficient and great, everybody going to eat it up and spread it out. You got to understand, you are a divine species of light, all of us, in our own rights. We all need to come to the fucking table, the round table as the kings and the people who know what divinely needs to be happening instead of idly waiting back. That's the evil. The evil inside us don't want to get rid of the bullshit that we doing. It's what's separating us. Even me, I fall victim to that. But why should we be victim of our own carnal selves? You don't have to be. You can do what you're supposed to do. I can do what I'm supposed to do. We all can do what we're supposed to do and make things better. It's just so bad? No. It's just so good? No. It's what we manifest and believe in. Even through the goodest or the worst times, it's what we believe in. But what are we working on? And let me go back to that question. And the question is, what's the purpose of life? And this, where do we come from? No, the greatest question is, we don't have those answers, but we know we're here. What the fuck? The greatest question is, what the fuck we gonna do while we're here, while we don't know those things? Fuck knowing about those things. What good? What we gonna produce while we know that? Keep arguing about that. What the fuck are we gonna do here with our time allotted that we know? What we gonna do with what we know? Stop worrying about what we don't know. And what we gonna do with the time we know? I'm gonna let my UFO there. And I like getting passionate because I know people subconsciously feel this fucking way, but don't want to say it because they want to. It might sound stupid or something. Nah, fuck that. Ain't a motherfucking being on earth ain't said some shit like that. Even though I said it, they might not be able to say it like me. Ain't nobody in the fucking world ain't said some shit like that until they said. They might not said it like that, or my accent was like definitely Elijah. Like he got a good point there. What y'all think? I think I put the panel to sleep. And that's the problem. Everybody's asleep. And then vote has been changed to something else. Like the rainbow used to be. God wouldn't flood the earth again. That's why when we see the rain happen, it's like God said, hey, don't worry, it's a little bit of rain. Now you gotta get scared when the rain happens. And I need to scare y'all again with that thunder because y'all be acting like I ain't shit. Yeah, like I don't motherfucking exist. You don't see all the motherfucking shit I gave y'all motherfuckers and y'all be questioning me? Who the fuck are you? I am God in the fucking flesh, just like any and all of you. Everything you turn over leaf, but you look for some type of arrogant, egotistical way, not to understand that's the truth in any and everybody and everything around you. You hate the people doubt you. God is long suffering. He's not some magic man in the sky. He's just only not anything anybody can explain or I can explain. Just I see the evidence that shit been created. Whoever created that, that's what I call God, the creator God. Nothing else. No action, no other explanation. Nothing that you can never prove something has come from nothing, ever. Ever. That scientific is you get a large hadron collide your ass into nothing. And you will realize it goes into a dimension that you possibly gotta get a new lens or some type of reader to be able to even register or to what you call acknowledge what just happened, even though you've seen it before your very eyes. Like all the creation you've seen, but you ain't never seen nothing come from nothing. So you know it's creation. You see all this shit. So where did it come from? You've been lied to. Rule number one, you've been lied to. Rule number two, people are lying to you currently. Rule number three, people will keep lying to you. Rule number four, realize rule numbers 1 through 3. Rule number 5, use your third option. If there's only 2 options, no, you got your own options. To do what's right. Or to do what's wrong. But usually when people give you 2 options, this world isn't 2-dimensional. Y'all let me cook. I appreciate it. And for everybody in the influence sphere, with my sphere of influence, I appreciate you listening to me. And I love each and everybody who reached out. Whether you think you like me or not, nah, I love you and I care about you unconditionally. No matter who the fuck you are here on this territory, this plane of existence we call fucking Earth. And I know we've been separated by terms like white, black, and African, and this is the motherfucking third. The most thing that separated us is our own fucking minds between how we divinely feel as a fucking baby to now. Don't be childlike. I mean, don't be childish. But childlike, they haven't been taught raising. Even though we taught this shit, we got to reject this shit. All the bullshit we've been taught, we got to reject that shit. Until we start doing that, we are failing each other as the race of humanity. Period. Now, check this out. I'm in my shit with my heavy spiritual J. Since I'm about on the top, and they probably a little bit busy. There you go. Heavy spiritual. I start off my daily ritual very habitual. I grab your dictionary and separate the facts from the fictionary. I'm too extraordinary for the source, and we built everything, every damn thing should be for us. I built the course as the courses throughout my torso's tours until it reaches the heaven's heavenly torches. An immeasurable purpose, ride me over the surface, somewhere where the heaven and earth is. Holy magnitude and change our ungodly attitude, carrying the mental fortitude to step into a black hole, into a mortal pool. Select and selection, select, protect and protection, protect, resurrection, election, elect. If you think I'm a dumb nigga, my aura says get the fuck over here and then come hither. You see what I'm saying? I scream on you like I'm a super saiyan, praying in yoga position, sitting on top of the Iron Maiden. I am Raiden, Django Unchained, Black Thunder God, Shango, and one for the name. No shame to blow my flame from heart's fire, ambition, and tame. Colder than glaciers of ice, solving more equations in your face of your life. Supreme being made of ethereal material of light. Who changed knowledge with man and got grain and cereal? Conspirator progenitors hit pieces from up and the seeker who may surrender. Randomly breaking down the distance of humanity. Greetings, family. I hope y'all appreciate that. I already know you did. I'm on mute. Love. I don't know. Honestly, I hope everybody enjoyed this stream. This is a very great build. Everybody went out. Where you at, guys? Oh, Tanaja, Darmanko. I mean, like their interaction, but I do respect the fact that he's like, oh look, your boy got a lot of energy, a lot of, you know what I'm saying? So sometimes it's best not to interact. But yeah, I did get that one out. Hey, play that Bluebird in the Sky.
Welcome to the Kaizorian Experience. Over here, we're going to be talking about everything African. We're going to be having debates, discussions, entertainment, as well as learning about business, art, history, and everything in between. Cultural, tribalism, and everything. We're going to be out here debating with some really interesting stuff. So like the video, share the video, and make sure you subscribe. Make sure you subscribe. Subscribe for the best experience ever. This is the biggest channel on the Afrosphere. So come and join the team, become a Kaizorian, and join the Kaizorian Empire. Universally exist within myself, within this premise, and I exist within this bluebird in the sky. I'ma fly like the blue in the sky. I'ma fly like bird in the sky. I'ma fly like bluebird in the sky. I'ma fly like bluebird in the sky. I'ma fly like bluebird in the sky. I'ma throw my bluebird in the sky. I'ma soar like bluebird in the sky. I'ma soar like bluebird in the sky. I'ma fly like bluebird in the sky. I'ma fight like bluebird in the sky. I'ma eat like bluebird in the sky. I'ma be like bluebird in the sky. I'ma be bluebird in the sky. I'ma be free, bluebird in the sky. I'ma be free like bluebird in the sky. I'ma be like bluebird in the sky. Back again like the second coming. Strumming my vocal cords like the hummingbird in the sky. Y'all can't deny this. Real rap lyrics, it's like I ain't got no rhyming through the sky limit. What is skin tone, shade of color, but a parallel form of frequency like a ringtone on your phone. Melanin expression, tied up in the universe, feeling like God's. Is this really us? Is it serious? Is it really wrong to be diverse? Am I diverge and immerse myself like an ocean beneath this waves? Be a divergent, born to be different. Indigo child, wild like canary, born to be a bluebird in the sky, flying high like a bluebird in the sky. I'ma fly high, bluebird in the sky. Yeah, bluebird in the sky. I'ma fly high, bluebird in the sky. I'ma be like bluebird in the sky. I'ma be like bluebird in the sky. Everybody scream bluebird in the sky. I'ma fly high, bluebird in the sky. I'ma be like bluebird in the sky. Yeah, bluebird in the sky. Everybody, bluebird in the sky. I'ma be like bluebird in the sky. I'ma be like bone black, sweet like a berry. Flying high, high like a canary. Scary with my hoodie on. Hating on my vibe on the street that you'll be feeling my frequency of the song. But I know that I ain't never